I believe we are on draft 169, 25 LSO 169, property tax refund program revisions. Senior Staff Attorney, Mr. Anderson, will take us through that bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Josh Anderson, LSO, 25 LSO 169, working draft 0.4. This was discussed briefly at the last meeting, but this bill is really only a cleanup of House Bill 4 from last year. If you remember, part of that was a line item vetoed by the governor. He vetoed the step of between 145 and 165% of median gross household income. But there were still a couple of references in the statutes to that 165% number. So this just goes in and cleans that up on page 2, lines 21 and 22, and then page 4, lines 9 and 10. You also see there's just another unrelated but cleanup on page 4, line 16, just correcting a spelling there. So pretty straightforward bill, Mr. Chairman. I'd take any questions.
Very good. Any questions, members, of this cleanup bill? Revision to the refund program? Any questions of Mr. Anderson? Need for the bill? Everybody memory recalls? Okay, thank you. I'm going to open it up to public comment. Any public comment on this bill? Okay, seeing none, going to close public comment. Members, any further discussion on this cleanup bill? Bill's been moved by Representative Swanitzer, seconded by Representative Northrup. So we have 169 in front of us. Any amendments? Okay, pages 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, no amendments. Can you please call the roll on the proposed 169? Thank you.
This is a roll call vote for 25 LSO 0169, property tax refund program revisions. Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator McEwen.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Bear.
Aye.
Representative Byron.
Aye.
Representative Locke.
Aye.
Representative Northrup.
Aye.
Representative Oakley. Representative Storer.
Aye.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Representative Swanitzer. Co-Chairman Beitman. Chairman Harshman.
Aye.
14 aye, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And the co-chair and I'll decide with staff on whether these are Senate or House bills. Okay, next on the agenda is 25 LSO 0170, long-term homeowners tax exemption, some revisions. And our chief attorney, Mr. Anderson again.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is 25 LSO 170, working draft 0.2. This is some revisions to House Bill 3 from last year, the long-term homeowner exemption. And there was discussions at the last meeting of some concerns on how they were administering the surviving spouse portion of that exemption. So this just goes in and strikes out that provision, so it no longer would apply to a surviving spouse of a person who qualified. They would have to separately qualify on their own to receive the exemption. And that does note on page 3 that this would be retroactive to the tax year beginning January 1 of 2025. That's the bill,
Members?
Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Okay, any questions, members? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Anderson, can we get an idea of what the difficulty was with administering this? I can see a difficulty not administering this. If there's a death mid-year, what happens then, because the ownership's going to change mid-year. Now we're talking about House Bill 45. We could at some point look at making a new assessment based on the change of ownership. So this could be this kind of activity could affect a lot of different things. So what was the difficulty dealing with spouses that were survivors?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
And Mr. Chairman, I may defer that question to those behind me, maybe. Certainly wasn't a suggestion that came from our office. But, yeah, so that's what I have, Mr. Chairman.
You know, I think it was in our last meetings when they were, I don't know, trying to clean up this whole spouse piece. We think this does it, or is anybody, any other questions? Okay, is there anybody here that would like to comment on this bill, provide more information, testimony? Anybody here? Okay. Very good. Afternoon, Ms. Huxtable, Assessor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I don't really have a lot to say about it. We had testified originally on this bill about some language for surviving spouse and copying some language out of the veterans exemption where they are still qualified during their widow or widowhood time period, so that it wasn't new language, we were just copying that language. And that's kind of what we thought was going to come in here, and then it didn't end up that way. So difficulties administering this, the applicant has to apply every year, as it is now in law. So if someone was qualified in 25, I've had somebody come in and qualify, and that person was deceased, say we're talking about for 26 tax year, they deceased somewhere between January 1st and when the deadline to apply was. That's where the confusion comes in, is the new owner, because the guy that applied has deceased, she does not qualify, or he, vice versa. And then how would you administer that? And as long as they were on the deed, interpretation of this language as it is now in statute was that they would qualify forever on that piece of property if they were living there using it for 8 months out of the year. That was not kind of the intent during the discussion back in the day, that it was going to be for the surviving spouse as long as they didn't remarry. So I think that's where the assessors were coming from, about trying to get that language copied out of the, for lack of a better word, copied out of the veterans exemption into this one so that it was limited.
Okay.
But that's a policy decision for you all.
Okay, members, any questions? Okay, thank you, Assessor Huxtable. Okay, members. Director.
Mr. Chairman, Brenda Henson. One thing I wanted to mention is that although it doesn't state in this bill, the original bill, again, has that repealer that is July 1, 2027. So right now, this is available for the 2025 tax year, which means somebody has to qualify meeting the 65 and 25 years of paying property tax for 2025. So this provision on the surviving spouse will not come into play until 2026 because somebody has to qualify for it to begin with. And then the surviving spouse could, under current law, come in and still claim that exemption. If nothing is done with that repealer, we're only talking about these 2 years. So what the legislature does going forward, whether you leave the repealer in and it's only 2 years, and if that's the case, I think, we can administer it for that one. How many times is this going to happen between 25 and 26? I think we can administer it with rulemaking and provisions we've got in place. But should this committee decide to extend this exemption into the future, that is when further discussion of this particular provision becomes more important, and perhaps we do need to look at that veterans exemption, qualifying still. I mean, somebody has to qualify, but if that person that qualified passes away the following year, the intent was that the surviving spouse could get that exemption. I don't think it was the intent that the surviving spouse will be able to get it 5 years from now when they've remarried and someone else is on the property. That doesn't work for the veterans exemption either. So it's what you anticipate doing with this and how many years, if you intend to extend it. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
trying to think about how to put this in a question, but I do recall the debate over the surviving spouse issue, and we found it as a body important to include. We also found it important to not motivate individuals to stay away from remarrying too. So we didn't want that as a body. We did not want that stipulation that if they remarried, that this opportunity would go away. This really has to do with, they have married someone who did qualify. The expectation was the loss of that spouse was qualification enough for that exemption to continue. So that's a statement, as I recall it. Would you agree?
Go ahead, Director.
Mr. Chairman, you're right, there was a lot of discussion, and that was part of that. But there was also discussion of, do you have someone who just moved to Wyoming? They've not been here. They just moved here. They married someone who had paid, and now their benefit goes to this person. All policy decisions, all things that become more important if this exemption goes further. If this exemption stays as a 2-year, maybe not as
Okay.
important.
Any other? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I remember talking about this last session. Do you know the number, or approximately the number of people that have qualified for this exemption this year?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, we don't know how many have qualified. As mentioned this morning, we've got about 14,500 applications as we speak that county assessors have received. They have not determined whether they qualify or not. Property owners have until the fourth Monday in May 2025 to apply. There's a document within the LSO packets that indicate they believe there might be approximately 28,000 applications statewide. So we truly, we won't know total number of qualified applicants until after the June 1st abstract date when the state board gets their numbers. And we won't know how much in taxes were saved until after mill levies are set in August and tax bills go out in September. At that point, then I'll be able to report to this committee what this exemption meant in 2025.
Quick follow-up.
Go ahead, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick follow-up. Can you speculate on the taxes it's going to save? Have you done any fiscal note sort of speculation on what that number might look like? Thank you.
Director.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, as indicated this morning when we did the original fiscal note last session, Department of Revenue anticipated 6,500.
That's what I
Economic Analysis has done some analysis, and they believe it could be 100,000 applications. Taylor DuPont did some analysis, and he came up with about 28,000 applications. It's very difficult. One of the things I considered, I looked at Game and Fish to see how many pioneer hunting and fishing licenses have been issued because the qualifications are very similar. Interestingly enough, it was around that 6,000 number that we had originally. So that didn't quite work. So we're all over the board. I wish I had a better answer for you, but it is very difficult to know who's 65 years old, who owns property, and how many years they've paid property taxes in Wyoming. We just don't have that information.
Follow up.
Just one quick follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What was that fiscal note on the 6,500? I know there was a number. Can you give us that so we can speculate on this side of the table if you go to 30,000? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, what I would use is the number that we know of today based on the 14,500 applications is approximately 17,000 assessed dollars as a mean average. So if you take the 28,000 times 17,000 assessed dollars, and then we could use a statewide average mill levy. The 2024 average mill levy was 68.504 mills. That would give you that number, and I don't have my calculator.
Go ahead, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just curious, you said you looked at the Game and Fish pioneering fishing licenses. I kind of want you to explain to me the correlation between a homeowner and a fisherman. Are we assuming that everybody who's 65 or older fishes that owns a home? Or, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, the only correlation was that they had to be 65 years of age, a Wyoming resident, and they had to have been a Wyoming resident for 30 years. So I thought that was the only thing that I could find in my research that was somewhat similar. The only thing is with the game and fish, it's a one-time license. So that's just how many they've issued, but they don't keep track of who's passed. If they've passed away, that license is no longer usable. So it was just another number, just grasping, trying to use best available information. So it really, there was no correlation to paying residential property tax for 25 years. It's just that we knew that in order to get that, they had to be 65 and they had to at least have been a Wyoming resident 30 years.
So Director, really just in kind of our comments, you know, this bill could probably be taken if we decide to extend the program. It's not a problem for a one-year deal that you might run into this issue a few times out of the applicants. Is that your take? So if we don't pass this bill or lay it back, it's not a big issue for you?
Mr. Chairman, it's not. It truly was just a matter of what is the policy choice. But I don't believe we're going to have that many situations where that qualifying property owner passes away and the person that is their surviving spouse is not 65 and didn't pay property taxes.
And would this
I think
be-
we'd be okay.
This goes away, I'm just trying to, this would be the 69th legislature then. It'd be the next legislature that would choose to extend it. Is that correct? Or I guess we could too, it's 68th, but got a couple of years before it goes away.
Mr. Chairman, 2 years before it goes away. The other piece is just a reminder, this does not have a backfill. So
Right.
taxing entities are taking a loss in tax revenue for all of this statewide. And so when we report in September of 2025, action could be taken by the interim committee prior to the next session.
There you go.
Whether it's on this specific piece or whether they want to extend it or backfill it or reduce the percentage of the exemption, whatever the case may be. There's a lot of different things that could happen. But by then, now you've got all the other moving pieces of Amendment A and whatnot. So, but you're right. We can administer this for 2025 without any changes to statute, in my opinion.
Sure. Okay, members, any other questions? Director? Oh, Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment. I mean, I've had a lot of people comment to me up there in Park County on this thing, and they're just, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's for us to possibly in 2 years yank that benefit from them just doesn't seem right. It's a cost of $16 to $17 million. You know, I think we have to look at that compared to a supplemental budget we're going to all be dealing with here shortly of nearly $700 million in a supplemental budget. But my point is, there's a lot of people that, I mean, I've had at our senior citizen center, I had a lady, elderly lady, bawling her head off in front of me, pleading with me to help her. Well, this helps those seniors on a fixed income. Not everybody's on a fixed income, I get it, but these people that are 65 years old plus and have paid for 25 years on resident, I mean, these are the very people that have also paid meals to the fire department, your local hospital, your cemetery district, your library. They've built these communities. So I don't think it's out of line to, and I'll propose an amendment when the time's right, that we do away with the sunset part of this. I mean, I think it's something that's a big benefit to a number of people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And that, of course, that was the bill we passed. Most of our tax bills, we passed 2 years to make sure we see what we were doing before I think that'll be a very good vote for folks to continue this program. I don't think that'll be a bad vote. So that was the idea behind it. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Anybody here or anybody else would like to comment on this bill? Okay, members, I'm going to close public comment. What's your pleasure on this bill? Okay, it's been moved by Representative Northrup, seconded by Senator French. Okay, as we work the bill, I'm not sure we really need the bill. I thought there'd be a motion to lay it back. But now that we got a bill on the table, let's work the bill. Okay, any amendments on page 1 or 2? Go ahead, Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we discussed earlier with the director's presentation on HB 3 here, on page 3, let's see, 5.2 in the middle of the page there, it says primary residence means residential real property where the person claiming the exemption actually resides for not less than 8 months of the year. I'd like to delete that section, that paragraph. I make a motion to eliminate that.
Where, could you tell us exactly where you're at, Senator?
On this handout that we got on HB 3, page 3, the middle of the page, number 2, under 5.
I think we're on
Mr. Chairman, he's referencing the bill that passed last year, so it's not the bill draft, it's
it's
actually House Bill 3.
It's not in the bill draft, right?
you want to add that?
I want to remove that from the
Oh,
bill.
okay.
I want to amend that out, yes.
Okay, so your amendment to this draft is what again? Just read your amendment.
My amendment would be to essentially eliminate the 8-month litmus test on the
Okay.
primary residence.
Okay.
Eliminate that.
Now, let me just ask, okay, there's a motion, and is there a second? Second. Okay, seconded by Senator French. I just want to ask, under it's not in this bill right now. I just want to, I'm talking to our chief staff attorney here. Is it in this section? Is this section in this bill? I mean, it's not in the bill, so it's.
Mr. Chairman, that's in the definition of primary residence, so it would be in subparagraph C, and then subdivision 2, definition of primary residence. So it'd be adding that into the bill.
Adding
and then-
that back
and then
in, that'd
amending
be
it,
fine
And then
with
amending out
revisions.
the 8 months.
Okay. Yeah, so I think it follows under all this revision language. It's close, I think, but I think we're dealing with that. You agree? Yeah,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think it would.
yeah.
Well, and at this stage, you're drafting the bill essentially, so you don't have
Yeah,
to worry
that's
about
right.
amending
Yeah.
outside the title or anything.
No, that's right. Very good. Okay, so the motion is to remove the 8 months. Discussion now, members. Any discussion? Go ahead, Representative
Thanks.
Swanson.
So I just want to make sure I understand. Somebody from another state could say they live in Wyoming and that's their primary residence because our tax burden is so much lower than anywhere else in the country besides 2 states. They only live here for a month of the year under this amendment, and now they're getting the property tax exemption even if they could live somewhere else for 11 and a half months of the year. So we're encouraging people to buy expensive, this is only going to happen in Teton County, I'm sure, and maybe a couple of other rich places. No offense to anybody. It just seems completely the opposite of what I think we should be doing. We don't want to encourage people to be living here for just a couple of weeks and making this a primary residence because our tax burden is so much lower than anywhere else. It just seems like would be attracting multimillionaires to continue to purchase properties, which would raise up all the property rates, which is what I keep hearing we don't want to be doing. So I don't understand, I guess, Mr. Chairman, why we would take this step. I think people will take advantage of this, and it will shorten any supply of housing we have in our state, and more people will use us as an asset haven.
Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to agree with Representative Zwanitzer, and I guess give my 2 cents on it. The entire idea behind this, in my mind, was, as we were looking at the whole property tax discussion and debate, was to say, okay, how can we give somebody who is basically like a long-term Wyomingite who's paid their taxes, who's paid into their community, who's been a part of, this, for them to have some break. And then also part of that, living a majority of the time, 8 months of the year here. So I agree, this isn't supposed to be a tax haven sort of thing, and it's really not what I considered as far as what we were revising on the bill. So with that, I'm against it, and I'll be a no vote.
Any other members? Senator French?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're always going to have people gaming the system. I mean, come on. This was designed for people like my parents way back long ago before they passed on, that they took their little Airstream trailer down to Arizona and rented a little spot in an RV park to park their little trailer for 6 months out of the year and then come back up to Heart Mountain. They paid on their residence for 50 years, and they still paid on their residence. They didn't have a house down there. It was an effort to help those folks. Yeah, you're going to have some people game the system, but it was designed for people like my parents. And if they had to, on the form, say, I resided on Heart Mountain for 8 months, they wouldn't go for the tax break because they would not lie about it. They wouldn't fill out the form. They were that type of people. They wouldn't say, I've been here lived there for 8 months and a day. They wouldn't do it. They wouldn't fill out the form. So with the very people that were trying to help would be hurt because they weren't about to lie to the county assessor that they didn't live for 8 months. I mean, they paid taxes for 50-some years, and when they got home from Arizona, they still had a tax bill on that home. So I'm for it.
Senator Biden, Mr. Co-Chair.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I remind people that this particular piece of legislation, you had to have been 65 or older and had paid residential property tax in Wyoming for 25 years or more. So this just takes away that look back. Exactly. That Senator Ide was talking about, like, how do you police it in the first place? Who's going to police it? Are we going to be ratting out our neighbors and all that kind of stuff? So it's not going to make it a tax haven unless you've lived here 25 years or more. So that argument doesn't, I don't think, hold water. So I'll support this amendment.
Any other members? Discussion? Okay. Ooh, Representative Storr? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the intent that Senator French wishes to do, but I will just tell you, in my community, there are plenty of people who have owned homes for 25 years, who spend 6 weeks of a year and have $10 million homes. That is not who we're trying to give a tax break to. And if we take out the 8 months, that's who we will be giving a tax break to. The joke in my community is when you ask someone how much time they spend in Wyoming, they'll tell you 6 months, whether they do or not, because they know that it's the state that they come from that cares about where they are. It's not Wyoming, because they are trying to get out of income taxes from their other state. So this really is a huge tax break for long-term wealthy landowners. There's no provision for, whether you qualify, as there is in the refund program. And when you look at when you look at the other things we passed, if you look at the 4% cap, that is not equal across property values. You take 100, I was just looking at this before lunch, you take a $250,000 home on the 4% cap, if the real rate of increase is 8% and it knocks it back down to 4%, that person saves $64 in taxes. You take a $10 million home, same change in value, that person saves like $2,600. So you really are giving wealthy people a huge tax break, both in this and some of the other things we passed in the last year. And I do think the question of equal and uniform really goes out when you do something like this. So I'm on and against the amendment. Thank you.
Would, and Representative Oakley's kind of the one behind this bill back in the day when we were, and I guess my thing was, it wasn't, there's got to be some number, I think. Maybe 8 months is too much. Would 6 months be a better number? But I think having zero on that, I think is, so I agree with your concept, but I don't think zero's the answer. I don't know. Any thoughts there, Senator Ide?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, good points. Everybody made good points, but back to Senator Beitman, how do we police this? Something was brought up earlier from Director Henson about, what do you want for services? When these people are gone, there's no services that, they're not using water, sewer, sanitation. We're cutting down on those expenses to municipalities by them, being down south or wherever they go in the wintertime. And I just like things simple. When you have something in there, what is the right? Is it 6 months, 3 months, 8 months, 9 months? There isn't one. I think you just get rid of it and make it clean, and you're not on the honor system, and everybody that gets stuck in a snowstorm and they're 1 day late for that 8 months, what do you do? What do you do? You got to go to the assessor and say, I got stuck in the snowstorm. Can you give me a break? I just like to keep the bill simple. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so I won't entertain that a friendly amendment? Okay, or will I? I should say I won't bring one. Go ahead.
And
Representative Swanson.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with Senator Ide and actually Senator French as well, because you will have those people who've lived in Wyoming and they get an RV and they travel the country. But even though they're even here 1 weekend a month, and maybe that's their right because they've contributed for those at least 25 years. But I thought originally when we did this, it was because they were still living and contributing to our economy. And whether it's 8 months, that does seem, I thought we tried to model it on the Hathaway and the game and fish hunting licenses and other things that qualified you to be a Wyoming resident. And there's got to be a happy medium. I know the IRS, you can only pick one place to be your primary residence. And I do feel for those people who have lived in Wyoming and they retire and they want to go out and see the world. And maybe they do commute in an RV 11 months of the year. But somewhere the tax benefit and the break, and the problem is it's, from $200,000 to $20 million houses, I would like to see them at least still contributing to the economy, paying sales taxes, something that they're still part of Wyoming if they're getting, the tax benefits that we're providing. And maybe it's enough that they did contribute for 25 years, but in my mind, there should be a continued commitment. So let me throw out 7 months as a friendly amendment, see if that gets any traction. I know we can get 82 days. I can't remember. There's some other places in the statute that's 1 day more than 6 months a year, but I'm fine going to 7. I'm fine going to a majority of the year. They still have to claim with the IRS where their home base is. I just want to see them have a continued commitment to Wyoming if we're cutting half of their property taxes. So let me go for 7 months, Mr. Chairman. See if that can get a second and is agreeable.
Okay, so there's a motion to amend the amendment from 8 to 7. Is that a friendly amendment or no, 8, it's nothing to 7, I should say. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay, we can do this a couple different ways. So we're trying to,
Is-
we're just going to stick with your amendment first. We're going to make this simple, back up. And so the motion on the table then is to eliminate that. Any further discussion? I think we've discussed this probably pretty well. Okay, all those in favor of Senator Ide's motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
All those in favor, please just hold your hand up, raise your hand. 7. All those opposed? Okay, that motion has failed. Okay, any other motions? Representative Zwanitzer.
Mr. Chairman, let me go with, can I ask LSO if there is somewhere else in statute or in rules and regs that is a majority of the year, or is there a certain number of days? I just want to make sure we're consistent across our statute. So if Mr. Anderson can find somewhere that says a majority of the year, ultimately you have to pick a home base for the IRS. So I'm not super worried, but I want to see a 6-month and 1-day commitment if Mr. Anderson could find some language.
I'll see what I can find, Mr. Chairman. I think we've done it multiple different ways. I think there are places where it says a majority of the year. I think this, when you asked earlier how this came about, I think it was originally 9 months, which was the same as the property tax refund program, and then we changed it to 8 months at some point. But I'll do a little digging and see if I can find a number of days real quick, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Storr.
Mr. Anderson is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, that the refund program is 8 months. We also discussed this morning that we're going to have to define primary owner occupied also. And so thinking about consistency for the public probably does make sense. And that's where I think the 8 months actually does make sense. And maybe that means that folks just spend 4 months in Arizona.
Is there no motions? Have no motions? Okay, one more amendment by Representative Northrup.
Page 2, lines 19 through 22, they insert stricken language, and at the end of it, say, as long as they don't remarry. By each spouse, qualified.
Okay, so I think if this, this amendment is successful, we don't need this bill.
Mr. Chairman, well, it would add the, as long as they don't remarry, so it would change it that way.
Would change.
And that, there is an example, as they noted in the veterans exemption, where it would be a surviving spouse during widowhood or widowerhood. You could add that to match
want
the
that
veterans
language.
exemption.
Match that language. Okay, is there a second? Okay, Representative Oakley seconded. So it'd be to remove that language and insert the same language on the veterans exemption. As long as that person is during their widow or widowerhood. Okay, is everybody, any questions? Representative Bear.
Just a comment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had this debate a year ago and discussed that this would be using tax law to affect family lives and how we operate as a society. So I would be opposed to this amendment.
Other discussion, members? Everybody understand the amendment? All those then in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. That amendment has failed.
Question,
Okay, we're on this little bill.
question on the bill.
This little bill. Okay, Senator French.
Well, I'll try to make it easy for everybody here. My amendment on the original House Bill 5, House Bill 3, Page 3, Section 2, right at the end, this act is repealed effective July 1st, 2027. I would like to see that sunset language go away, because I just don't think it's right if we give those folks that tax relief. They change their lifestyle. They change, whether you're rich, poor, or in between, they change how they spend their money. And to take it away from them in 2 years, I just don't, I don't
Okay,
agree
so
with
your
that.
amendment then, your proposal would eliminate the repealer in 2 years, be an ongoing program. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Oakley. Okay, is there discussion? Go ahead, Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate this amendment. It's something I wanted to see. At least for me, the concept was to do this long-term, for the long-term homeowners. I think we ended up putting sunsets on all of these property tax bills, as it was kind of, felt like it was wild, wild west as far as we had a lot of different concepts on the table. This one ended up making the distance, and I personally would like to see the sunset taken away and for this to be made law. So I am in favor of support.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, Representative Byron.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think just for clarity and for those folks watching online, we're not on this working draft right now. We are on the original bill.
Well, we're creating a draft.
We're creating
yeah.
it. That's already in it. But I have had the opportunity to talk to the good senator that has brought this, and we have, and there is a bill drafted to also deal with this as we move forward. I think that's just worth the committee's knowledge, just simply repealing the repealer, when we get back down here in January. So keep that on your back burner as you think about how you want to vote at this, but it is just getting a little confusing because the bill that we're actually discussing right now, we're kind of bringing some old back into it and now eliminating some of the old.
Okay. Any other discussion? I think we're all, okay, all those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that amendment's been adopted. Any further amendments? Okay, Representative I, this is the little bill that won't get voted on.
Just a quick question, Mr.
ahead.
Chair. Thank you. Representative Zwanitzer started an amendment to 6 months. I guess I'm not sure what happened to that or if it got a second, but
There was no second.
there was no second. I'll second that bill if
I think
that
we
amendment.
Yeah, I think we'd have to start over.
I wasn't sure if we were on that or
We'll
not.
have to start over with a new motion. Does anybody want to make a motion? Any further amendments on this bill? Go ahead, Representative Locke.
I would just move to restore the stricken language from lines 19 through 22 and leave it as is. Thank you.
I want to ask our attorney where we're at on that. I thought we've already,
So, Mr. Chairman, so the bill then, if you were to take out that stricken language, then it would just be the repeal of the repealer.
Which isn't even a part of this.
yeah,
That's the entire bill.
yeah, I know,
Striking the intent, so that's just a no.
yeah. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. You good with this, Josh? Got it? Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. I'm unclear, the chair's in doubt, please raise your hand, those in favor. All those opposed? Okay, that motion has failed. Okay, any other motions on this bill?
Discussion?
Sure, you want to talk about it some more, we can keep talking about this little
Mr.
bill.
Chairman,
Hold on, we have another motion?
I'd like
Senator Ide.
an amendment to the 8 months to go to 6 months.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Seconded by Senator French. Discussion, I think we're all aware, the motion is 8 to 6 months. Okay. Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All those in favor, raise your hand. 5, 6, 7, 8. That, 9 votes, that motion has passed. Okay, any other motions? Okay, any more discussion? Director has a,
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we had a mandate at the Department of Revenue that we promulgate rules and put together an application. We had to get that done before December 31st. We've got 14,500 applicants that have already completed an application that for 2025, the statute required 8 months. If you wish to change the rules now, perhaps that would be good for 2026, but we're really far into this program and taxpayers are confused enough. And if we change the criteria for 2025, I'm concerned.
very good point, thank you. And this bill does first apply tax year 2025.
Just reconsider. Just
Okay, a
just
little
kill it,
discussion
kill it.
going on. Is there a motion? It's a very good point, thank you. Any further amendments? Try to solve this, go ahead, Representative Zwanser.
I'm going to try to solve it, Mr. Chairman. Solve the puzzle. Make an amendment in section 2, what is it, page 3, line 4, to make this effective tax year January 1st, 2026. But is that going to mess up the existing exemption as well? No. So I would make, on line 4, make it January 1st, 2026.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Okay, it's moved and seconded. Okay, that'll solve that problem. Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, that's been adopted. Any other motions? Okay, I think this little bill, we're ready to call roll. Thank you.
This is a roll call vote for 25 LSO 0170, long-term homeowner tax exemption revisions as amended. Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator McEwen.
No.
Senator Pappas.
No.
Representative Bear.
Aye.
Representative Byron.
No.
Representative Locke.
Aye.
Representative Northrup.
Aye.
Representative Oakley.
No.
Representative Storer.
No.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Representative Swanitzer.
No.
Co-Chairman Beitman.
Aye.
Chairman Harshman.
Aye.
Senator McHugh, no to aye.
Nine aye, 5-0, Mr. Chairman.
We won, but I don't know.
9-5? Did she say 9-5?
The next bill is LSO Draft 167, property tax mill levy adjustments. Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, we got the 6 months. We tied.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is 25 LSO 167, Working Draft 0.4. This bill also came out of our last discussions at our last meeting to put some potential limits on the number of mills that can be imposed. So you'll see, beginning on page 2, it's the 25 mills that can be levied within a unified school district. This would provide that if the state or the Department of Education determines that the 25 mills will result in an increased amount of revenues, and you'll see later in the paragraph, that's calculated as the previous year's revenues plus 3% or the rate of inflation, whichever is more. If those revenues exceed that amount, then they're directed to reduce the number of mills to the extent possible to equal that statewide revenues from the immediately preceding year as adjusted. Just a couple of notes here as we were working through this bill. A couple of the questions here. Number one, is the Department of Education the right entity, or should it be potentially the State Board of Education? And also in determining this calculation, it's somewhat complicated by the monthly collection of mineral taxes. May make it difficult to determine what your revenues are going to be in that next year. Continuing on, Mr. Chairman, then it makes that same change to the 25 mills for the non-unified school districts. And then you'll see a staff comment on page 4. As drafted, this does not apply to the 12 statewide mills that are referenced in the Constitution, or the 6 county mills that are education mills that are also referenced in the Constitution. Then you'll see at bottom of page 4, this also makes that same calculation applicable to the 12 mills for county mills. And then on to page 5, the eight mills by cities and towns. You'll see in the staff comment on the bottom of page 6, it did not get into special districts, just because those can be somewhat complicated. Of course, some of them are just limited to 1 or 2 mills. But then there are some other complications. You'll see, for example, community college districts, they can do 10 mills, but at least 4 of those are required for state funding. And then 5 mills are approved by the voters, so we didn't think we wanted to change mills that were already approved by the voters. Similarly, the hospital districts, 3 of those mills are approved by the voters. So those are just some of the issues we noted. If you did want to go have this apply to certain special districts, we'd likely need some direction, kind of district by district, on whether it should be included or not. So that's the bill as it stands, Mr. Chairman. I take some questions.
Any questions, Mr. Anderson and Representative Zwanitzer?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This doesn't stop the Board of Equalization from putting on 3 mills whenever 2 of the 3 of them agree to do so?
Does not address that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any questions of Mr. Anderson? Okay. Anybody in the room would like to address this bill? We'd love to hear from you. Come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jeremiah Riemann here on behalf of the County Commissioners Association. I want to be brief in my comments, but I've got 2 related to this particular piece of legislation. The first one, quite frankly, is a question I don't have the answer to, but I suspect that or at least I anticipate I would understand how this would come out. But if you look at the Wyoming Constitution, in particular Article 15, Section 5, that's the particular provision that allows for counties to assess their 12 mills. Nothing in that provision gives you the authority to reduce our mill levy. And so I have a question of whether this would violate the Constitution by mandating that we have to reduce that mill levy, essentially taking away the local power. So that's my first question. The second, and I think this is perhaps the more important issue with this particular piece of legislation is that, let's just imagine that you're a non-mineral county, and we have many, and you just so happen to get lucky and have the benefit of minerals being produced in your community. And it raises the assessment of your community. Your services, of course, are likely to go up. You're going to have an influx of people. But this legislation says you don't get to benefit from any of that, or at least not beyond the 3% in the CPI. Or let's just suppose that you're Sweetwater County and you've got 2 new trona mines that are coming into place. You're not going to get any benefit of that particular industrial development beyond, of course, the sales and use tax and the other things, at least in terms of benefit, the taxable benefit, the mineral value that comes with that. So from that perspective, this is a really tough piece of legislation to swallow when I go back to discuss it with my members. And I just ask that you consider those things as you look at this bill today.
Okay, thank you for the constitutional provision. I think I have the same kind of issues with Supreme Court with the Campbell cases and the school mills. They're local mills, but with recaptures, we changed the Constitution. It's state wealth. And so I think there's some issues we got to have figured out. So thank you. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Jeremiah, sounds like you're not a fan of this. Do you have a suggestion for us that would make it palpable for the County Commissioners Association? Or do you just want to make it go away?
And Mr. Raymond.
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, it's a fair enough question. And perhaps you could try and target this legislation simply at the residential property rather than the broad application that this has. It would apply to all of our property classifications. That said, I still can't get past the constitutional issue here because you are still saying that we can't assess our full 12 mills. And that's what the Constitution provides that counties can do.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Any other folks here would like to speak on this bill? Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Ashley Harpstreet. I'm the new Executive Director for Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Mr. Chairman, I want to applaud the group for looking at this way of trying to get your arms around budgeting with the mill levies and addressing assessment issues. I do believe in my former position, we talked about looking at, as the good director said from the Department of Revenue, taking the budget and you get that by the mills and the assessment values. And I think that's kind of what you are potentially looking at. The problem I see with this, along with what Mr. Ryman talked about, was this is going to have to take a holistic approach, I think, to the Constitution and our whole tax system to achieve where we're going to actually be budget-based. So I have questions to contemplate from a municipal standpoint. What if we have new taxpayers come on? So, Cheyenne's busting at the seams on the Front Range. We have a whole bunch of people that move up here because we all know how wonderful it is here. And so we have new taxpayers on our roll. Well, that's going to be an increase in service on my municipal services, roads, law enforcement, street sweeping, of course, schools, all of those things. And so some of the states that I've studied in the past and looked at this type of situation do not have caps, and they do work on a detail of new outside of the tax roll. So that would be something to think about. I don't want to be whiny, but this could be difficult to administer. So that's something to think about for the not significant savings. If you start looking at what a mill levy equals, especially residentially, and what the savings would be for the taxpayer. I don't know if the juice is worth the squeeze with all the other proposals you have today to try to get to saving for the residential taxpayer. So those conclude my comments, just some food for thought as you guys contemplate all that you have before you today. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Harpster? Okay, thank you for your testimony today. Any other members here would like to? Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman. I'm Joel Shell, the treasurer in Commerce County. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about the complexities that we currently have in our system that make it very difficult for especially mineral counties to be able to calculate the revenues they would get in a fiscal year. So for fiscal year 25, we just set our budgets on the 24 property taxes with the 24 mill levies, where we're receiving calendar year 24 mineral tax, which is a 25 property tax that we're distributing on the 2023 mill levy. So that's the tax that we're administering. And so when you look at a county that doesn't have minerals, they can make that calculation of looking at their certified value times 12 mills and determine what their revenue would be. But in a county like Commerce County, where we get 81% of our value from minerals, the certified value, most of that represents the value of the minerals that we already received and already distributed in that prior fiscal year. So for us, it's more like what we've done with severance taxes, because that was the goal of mineral taxes, to make it more like severance. So we're projecting into the next fiscal year based on the price and production, what we might get. Right? And then because of the way we do the distribution of the minerals on the previous fiscal year mill levy, even if we set up a calculation where we said, okay, for this fiscal year, so in Converse County, if we said, well, for fiscal year 24, we are above the cap, and so we need to lower our mill levies, and we go ahead and do that, we would lower, the calculation for us would have been, we would have taken 10 mills instead of 12, for example. Even throughout that fiscal year that we're trying to target to reduce revenue, right, because of the cap, we're going to get 12 mills of the mineral value coming in, right? Even though the mill levy was set for 10, because we're basing that distribution still on the previous year's levy. So for the year we're targeting, we're going to get 12 mills, even when the calculation for the cap said we should have got 10. And it's not until the next fiscal year, when now we're looking at a value and a certified value where we may be projecting that now it's okay for us to take a full 12, that we're going to reconcile what we had before with the 10 mills. We're going to say, well, last year you took 10 mills. So now in this next fiscal year, we're going to actually get the 10 mill distribution from the minerals, even though the cap says we might be able to get 12. And the first thing we're going to do in September is reconcile and have to pay back then the 2 mills or the 15% of the revenue that we took in the previous fiscal year. So when we lower mill levies now in a mineral county, the actual impact isn't going to be in the fiscal year that you make that calculation, but it's going to be in the subsequent year. And then if you increase the levies again, it doesn't happen in the year you're targeting, but it's going to be the year after that, that then we said, well, we only got 10 mills because in that year we were set to 12, but we were basing it on the prior fiscal year, so we only got 10. So when we do a calculation in the next fiscal year, we're going to go out and bill the mineral companies for an additional 15% or the additional 2 mills that we didn't get. So in this legislation, the language says we should calculate that revenue to the extent possible. And the question is, for mineral counties especially, what is the legislative expectation of what's possible? Are you expecting counties just to take that certified value that we know is really sort of unlinked from the actual revenue and make a calculation to see if we would be over or under the cap? Or do you really expect counties to make a real, what's possible value where we're looking at not only what we're modeling for price and production, but also considering what's happening in the reconciliation, whether we have a payback or whether we expect to get additional money and build that into the model as well. And that's not just for counties. You're sort of asking either the Department of Education or the state board to do a similar calculation with the school finance model. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. It's good. Appreciate you being here today. Anyone else here in the audience like to testify on this little bill? Okay. Members, I'm going to close public comment. Okay, is there nobody online? Okay. Members, what's your pleasure on this bill? Okay, seeing no motion, we'll lay that bill back. Okay, the next bill for our consideration is LSO Draft 171, Homeowner Property Tax Exemption.
Mr. Chairman, this is 25 LSO 171, Working Draft 0.4. This is pretty much identical to Senate File 54 from last year. If you recall, that was the bill that was vetoed by the governor. So just going very quickly through the bill, it would give a homeowner's tax exemption of 25% of the fair market value for the first $2 million of the fair market value. You can see definition of single-family residential structure, which is a private, just a structure intended for human habitation, privately owned single-family dwelling unit. Then subparagraph C requires the county treasurer to keep records of essentially how much impact that is having to property tax collections, and then subject to the appropriations of funds by the legislature. The Department of Revenue is directed to distribute amounts to each county treasurer in an amount to necessary or to fully compensate each government entity for that reduction in taxes. If the amounts appropriated are insufficient, that is to be prorated. It does give authorization to transfer funds out of the Legislative Stabilization Reserve account up to $100 million for the 2 years of the program. And you can see then on page 4, subparagraph D, there's a sunset of this in tax year 2027. You do see a staff comment here, and it was noted earlier, as drafted, all these exemptions can be claimed on top of each other, as we discussed previously, so this wouldn't prevent someone from also claiming for exemption, for example, the long-term homeowner exemption. Then on page 5, you can see there's an appropriation of $125 million out of the general fund, again, for that reimbursement to the counties. And that's essentially the bill, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Okay. Members, any questions? Any discussion? Any questions of Mr. Anderson? Okay, very good. Any members here in the audience would like to testify on this bill? Okay, anybody online? Okay, no public testimony on this bill. What is the cost of this again, one more time? Is it just about $250 million?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Harshman, actually, the Department of Revenue provided an estimate. It is included in your meeting materials.
Yeah.
I'll give you the total. The estimate reflects $108.3 million per year, roughly. Total of $216.65 million for the 2-year period. If you have any additional questions about that estimate, I would refer you to the Department of Revenue, as this is their estimate.
So our appropriation will probably cover. Okay. Very good. Okay, any other discussion then? Members, I'm going to close public comment. Okay, what's your pleasure, members? Move the bill by, who moved it? Okay, Representative Bear. Second by Senator Ide. Okay, I think we're all familiar with this bill. Any discussion? Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you just said, we have discussed the concept quite a bit. But, just to keep the concept in mind, there certainly is a robbing Peter to pay Paul aspect to this direction as a policy. Looking back to last session, it did feel like there was kind of a fervor to get something done, and we were juggling on all sorts of concepts simultaneously to, answer the question. I feel like we're in a better place to do thoughtful, long-term policy rather than $216 million to $250 million expenditure here in something that doesn't, in the end, answer long-term questions. I think there's better ways to go about it.
Okay, any other discussions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just to bring us back to why this bill came about, this kind of went hand in hand with the idea of a cap. The cap was to prevent the astronomical increases that we've seen since 2019. This bill was more of a make people whole and wipe out most of that inflation we saw from 2019 to present day. In 2019, tax year 2019, assessed valuations for residential property was 5.8 billion. And we just saw today, 2024's numbers were 10.1 billion. Increase of $4.286 billion in assessed valuations. That's a windfall for all these taxing authorities, but it's killing our constituents, and that's who is telling us they wanted something done, and this was a way to get that back to them. That 25% exemption was a way to take away most of that inflationary pressure that they were feeling. Inflation's real. So, we argued back and forth last session about the backfill, whether or not that was appropriate. There's some of us that don't think the backfill was needed because it's just basically taking away that inflation and that windfall that these counties have had. So that's kind of where the discussion needs to be on this bill, and I'll still support it.
Okay, any further discussion, Representative Wanitzer, and then?
Thanks, just a quick question. I mean, the inflationary pressure hit everyone, so I don't know you can take away the one portion of it and say there's a windfall to the counties, because all of their expenses have gone up, as education, as has salaries, et cetera. My question, though, probably for Mr. Anderson, is there anything different in this bill than what the governor vetoed 8 months ago? It's the exact same thing our chief executive vetoed. We didn't answer any of the questions or problems he posed or try to amend it in any way. We're just going to try to have the committee re-sponsor the exact same vetoed bill? Is there something different in this?
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, no, it's substantially the same bill that was from last year.
Okay, further discussion? Representative Bear?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reiterate what the co-chair said about the windfall that all these taxing entities took. And it's not the same as just inflation. These are based on property values, which is unearned income. And we have taxed homeowners substantially on an unearned income over a 3-year stretch that we see as quite significant. What have we done as a state? We've put $3 billion into savings while our constituents have suffered as they paid in to that tax. So I think it's appropriate to revisit it. Based on the last legislator's comments, I would also say this, that the executive doesn't always get it right. And sometimes it takes, a tenacity of the legislature to ensure that the people are represented, and we are the closest to the people. And I think we have that responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Working the bill. Are there any amendments to the bill? Okay, Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to amend the bill and add in associated property, and I don't know the exact, associated land. Let me say that properly. The associated land, I'd like to amend that in. And
What page and line would that go?
so I believe, I don't know if it would be done in the definition of the single-family residential structure, or if we would have to change the language there, but it would be the structure and associated land. So it might be in that page 2, line 15, section B there. And would it be more appropriate, maybe it'd be more appropriate in A, where we say the single-family residential structure and associated land. So probably better in that paragraph A, page 2, lines 8 through 13. And I would actually ask for LSO and maybe the department to help me. Where's that most appropriate?
I think, yeah, so I think, Josh, you see that either in, yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking line 5 even, but you'll figure that out. You know what we're doing here. Okay. Is there a second? Second by Representative Bear, okay. Okay, any further discussion? Everybody understands the amendment? We're good? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, that motion is passed. Okay, is there any other amendments? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we again revisit the refill back from the state to the taxing entities. And we had proposed before, and it failed, a 60-40 split. I'm going to recommend at this point a 75-25 backfill. This would be the state funding 75% of the two figures, both from the general fund and the LISRA. And then the other taxing entities that are affected would take care of the remaining 25%. And I would comment this as well, that we just added a sizable amount of what's going to be necessary for the backfill based on including land. As I recall, that moved it from about 216 million last year to 300 million. That was the estimate. That was hastily put together, so we don't know if that's accurate, but I think this particular move would probably bring us right back to where we are today in the appropriation that's in this bill.
Senator Ide. Seconded by Senator Ide. Okay. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Show of hands, all those in favor? 7. Okay, opposed? That motion has failed. Okay. Any other motions on this bill? I don't see any motions. Okay, so we'll have a question. Anybody call for the question being called on the bill? And can you please take roll call on, this is LSO 171.
This is a roll call vote for 25 LSO 0171, homeowner property tax exemption as amended. Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator McEwen. Senator Pappas.
No.
Representative Bear.
Aye.
Representative Byron.
Aye.
Representative Locke.
Aye.
Representative Northrup.
Aye.
Representative Oakley.
No.
Representative Storer. Representative Strzok.
Aye.
Representative Zwanitzer. Co-Chairman Beitman.
Aye.
Chairman Harshman.
Aye.
Eleven aye, 3 no.
Okay, thank you. The next bill draft is 25 LSO 173, Tax Reform 2025. Mr. Anderson?
Mr. Chairman, this is 25 LSO 173, working draft 0.7. This was a bill similar to a bill that was discussed during the last session. And then it does a couple of different things than that bill did. The primary function of it, I guess, is to increase sales tax and then reduce most property taxes on residential property. But it does other things as well. So beginning through the bill, Mr. Chairman, on page 3, it reduces the rate of industrial property from 11.5% to 9.5%. And that will also be in a bill that we'll have on the agenda later this afternoon. Then it also there increases the exemption for business property, the de minimis value from $2,400 to $50,000. Beginning on page 4, this is the property tax exemption, again, structured very similar to the bill that we just had. But in the first year, the amount of the exemption is $200,000 of fair market value, rather than a percentage as the last bill was. So that's just for tax year 2025, and then thereafter, the amount of the exemption would be $1 million, and then that amount would be inflated based on the rate of inflation or 2%, whichever is less. This does apply to property owners who reside in the state not less than 6 months of the year. And you can see then the definition there of single-family residential property. In this case, that does include the associated improved land. On the bottom of page 5, Mr. Chairman, that's the same change to the rate for industrial property. Beginning on page 6, this provides for a renter refund program to provide a refund to renters for a portion of the rent paid. You can see there that it's not more than 10% of the rent paid as rent that constitutes property taxes. And then you can see different amounts of the refund there. So based on median gross household income, if it's not more than 50%, the maximum refund is $1,000. 75 to 50% would be $650. 75 to 100% would be $300. 100% to not more than 125% would be a $150 refund, and then no additional refund above that amount. Correct, Mr. Chair. Over onto page 8, those amounts are annually adjusted based on the consumer price index, and refunds are provided only to the extent funds are appropriated for that purpose on a first-come, first-served basis if there are not enough funds appropriated. It does require each owner or managing agent of a property to provide a certificate of rent paid to the renter, and also the department can also require them to provide that to the department. Required to apply to the department on forms required by the department. Only one person may qualify per property, and that should be paid by the department in May. You can see a definition of gross rent there at the bottom of page 9, and it does impute rent for anyone who's in a nursing home or similar facility of $600 per month. And then if it's not an arm's length transaction, rent can be adjusted to a reasonable market rate. And again, their principal residence is property occupied for not less than 9 months of the tax year. Mr. Chairman, at the bottom of page 10, this reduces the severance tax rate on coal to 6% from 6.5%. And you see that change also reflected on page 11. At the bottom of page 11, this is the new sales tax to refill or to make up the reduction in property taxes at a rate of 2%. Over to page 12, that's the distribution of the sales tax. It goes into a property tax reduction and replacement account. And then that amount first goes out to each county equal to the certified exemptions that were granted, and distributed in the same manner as property taxes are distributed. Over to page 14, any amount remaining after distributions back to the counties remains in the account, and the the legislature is required to annually review that amount and consider using that for direct distributions. Mr. Chairman, on bottom of page 14, this makes essentially the fifth penny optional tax. It makes that automatically imposed, one penny of that. And then on page 15, that's primarily conforming changes over to page 16. That change to make that amount permanent. And then beginning on page 17, that makes that same change for the use tax, just to mirror that. And that continues on through page 20. On page 21, you can see some repealers. That's the property tax refund program that's being repealed essentially because most property taxes would be eliminated for most people. Correct, Mr. Chairman, that's those two repealers there. That's the property tax refund and the county optional program. On page 21, line 11, there's a blank appropriation amount that would be for the purpose of determining or providing the renter refund program. This does become effective immediately. And then there is some applicability sections there dealing with how the automatic 1% optional tax is imposed. For those counties that do impose it, those taxes remain in effect until the next date that it's due to be renewed, and then that becomes automatically imposed. And then if the county is not imposing it, those are imposed beginning July 1, 2026, unless they terminate it before that date through an election. And then finally on page 23, there is the Revenue Committee is directed to study the impacts of this act during the next interim and seek input from Department of Revenue, University, and A&I. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I'm taking any questions.
Members, any questions? Discussion, Representative Zwanitzer.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The repealers on page 21 in section 2, 39, 13109, see, I could look them up, but I thought Mr. Anderson might have them off the top of his head.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, that's the property tax refund program. And that was primarily because there would no longer really be a need for that because this bill would eliminate most property taxes, residential
So the
property.
20 million appropriation for that'd be repealed. And really the thought was take a portion of that, it'd be a much smaller portion for this renter refund piece. Because renters pay, part of their rent goes to property tax, obviously, and so we modeled, some other states do with renter refunds. So appreciate your work on that. So I think it'd save us a little money in the end as well in the general fund budget. Okay, any other questions? Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Josh, you mentioned it would wipe out most residential property tax. What would be left in your estimation?
So, Mr. Chairman, it would just exempt out the first $1 million. So anybody who has a house worth over $1 million, they would pay a portion of tax. They would still get the full exemption of the $1 million, but anything over that would still be taxed.
Do we have an idea how many homes that's gonna catch? Roughly?
I don't know.
Probably all in
Mr. Chair, but
Representative Storrs' district and mine.
I think 96, 97% of the homes in Wyoming would be exempt from property tax. About 3% out there. That are over the $1 million. They're still gonna get, so if you have a $2 million home, you're gonna pay taxes on $1 million. Still gonna get the exemption. Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So question on this, two questions really, just real quick. Is this a net increase, break even, net decrease? Second part of that, in terms of the cost modeling or by increasing the taxes, is there any modeling that says purchasing behavior will change? Or is this a straight line question? And then one other question on what was said here, just to make sure it was clear. So is it that the 5th cent is automatically added for all counties, and how many counties did that affect? I'm sorry, I lumped maybe too many, but
Oh, that's good.
And Mr. Chairman, I might have to defer to other people for the first two questions. On that third question there, and I just lost it, Mr. Chairman. What was that again? I'm sorry. The fifth penny. I think there's only two counties that
Right,
don't
sublet and
have
park.
the fifth penny right now, so it would affect two counties.
So the bill says they're imposed unless terminated, so people can vote to get rid of them.
There are two questions, I'm sorry, I'd have to defer.
Hey, what were your other two questions again? Were the net increase or decrease and the modeling piece about behavior?
yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Maybe Dean, you want to talk about the big dollars or the net increase, decrease? I think it's interesting too, because our sales tax, there's the rate piece of it, but then there's the burden piece of it, since we don't tax groceries, rent, utility, we tax electricity, but not water bills, childcare, medical, all those things. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
ahead.
Chairman
Thank you,
Harshman, I passed out a document to try to ballpark the estimated impact of the different components of this. My apologies that this is not included in the meeting materials. I finished up working on this on Saturday after we sent out the last materials, but I tried to prepare this in anticipation of this question. This bill certainly has a lot of moving parts to it. And I'll just try to go through each one of those. Mr. Anderson mentioned it reduces the assessment rate for industrial property from 11.5% to 9.5%. The Department of Revenue has provided an estimate for this. Their estimate was a total of $50.2 million, and the split there was $31.5 million to the school mills, $18.7 million for the local government entities. The next component is the $50,000 de minimis, increasing the de minimis exemption up to the $50,000. This is also based on an estimate provided by the Department of Revenue and also included in the materials. And Mr. Giel will talk about this one when at the point in time in the meeting when that particular bill comes up. You see the estimated tax dollars there for increasing the de minimis exemption. The $200,000 and the $1 million residential property tax exemption. And I put two sets of numbers here because, and this bill is somewhat similar to House Bill 203 from last year, where last year there was not really language about, or to me, last year's bill did not try to take into account whether it was owner occupied or not. And so the first set of numbers provided there, $251.7 million total for the $200,000 exemption. And when it goes up to $1 million, it brings that estimate to $462.5 million. And then with the escalator of the 2% in the final year, it increases that estimate to $463.7 million. I also included an estimate if this were only to apply to owner occupied. The bill the bill draft 173.7, it did add additional language that seemed like it was trying to get at that, but it didn't exactly say owner occupied. So that would be a point of clarification I would ask. But this provides both without the owner occupied piece and with the owner occupied piece. The renter's refund program, I did try to find information since this estimate is going to have to be based on census data and number of renters and things like that, and I just could not find that data. I am going to need some help with that particular estimate in contacting the Economic Analysis Division for what that one actually is going to cost. As far as the property tax refund program repeal, that $16,230,676, that number is basically what is unspent from the 20 million already appropriated in the last budget session, plus the governor's recommendation of another 10.5. However, the governor's recommendation, he also did not recommend that that appropriation would be ongoing. So you see in 27 and 28, it's back to the $10 million per year. And as has been discussed before, I believe there's 5 counties which also have the local program, and I would need to try to identify those numbers as well, what those 5 counties would be saving in total by repealing the county program as well. The bill also reduces the severance tax rate for coal from 6.5% to 6%. And this is the reduction. It's about $9.6 million a year in 26, $8.7 million in 27, and $7.8 million in 28. And this is based on the severance taxes projected in the October 2024 Craig forecast. The additional sales and use tax at 2%. This is also based on sales and use taxes projected to go to the general fund in Table 1. In the October 2024 forecast, and that amount for 2% is $487.2 million in FY26, $500.7 in 27, and $513.3 in 28. And then I also tried to estimate, as was discussed, there's only 2 counties which do not have the 5th penny, that being Park and Sublet counties, and I tried to estimate the severance tax or the sales and use tax approximate increase based on what their 2024 fiscal year sales and use tax collections were. Of that amount, the 15.1, roughly 2/3 of that amount could be, I would attribute to Park County, and the remaining third I would attribute to Sublet County. So this is just kind of a summary of the ballpark estimates of the various components of this bill, Mr. Chairman.
Get your work on this, really good. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Excellent. So, okay, question, Senator French has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where do I start? On the bottom of this, for Park County and Sublette County, I'll just speak for my county, Park County, we've never liked those additional 1 cent taxes. And for the state to say, well, you're going to have it whether you like it or not. But you can rescind it in a couple of years. That's pretty arrogant, pretty arrogant. And what that does by going from 4% to 6%, Park County will go from 4% to 7%. The 2 extra and the 1 additional option tax. And I'll tell you, Park County, the northern tier, Park County, Bighorn County, and over the mountain, Sheridan County and the other northern tier counties, but especially those 3, Montana is 0 sales tax. And the impact, there's a lot of people in my county go north as it is. The impact to the local mom and pops, whatever you want to say, that they suddenly have to charge, instead of 4% sales tax, 7%. It's just going to drive millions and millions of dollars more north not to Park County's benefit. Thank you.
But your folks won't pay property tax. Just so you, I mean, it's not like a tax, it's gonna be the largest tax cut. This would be the largest tax cut in Wyoming history.
It depends on your situation. Yeah, there's a
Oh,
lot of benefits, but
But I think also that fifth penny, just to be clear, you could rescind that in an election just right now.
Right.
Park County can.
But that's why I speak to
You
the-
don't have to have it.
that's correct, but that's why I speak to the arrogance of it. We know best, the state, and we're going to impose 1 cent more on you, plus 2 more on you. It's just,
But cut your property taxes. But I think the big part too, I think, and not to debate, but I think, and I agree, this Montana thing's a real issue.
oh, big
And
time.
it's an issue for northern Wyoming, and it, I don't know, but we don't charge sales tax on groceries, and we have people go to Rapid City to buy groceries and pay sales tax there. It's a strange deal, and I don't know if we have an answer to it when you have a neighbor like that. But I just want to make sure that that 1 cent is all across, that fifth penny now, we call it the fifth penny, is everywhere except park and sublet. And really it's part of that kind of work with the rest of the state that they're like, geez, we've had this fifth penny forever and it's so important to our community. You think about Casper and all that. And so that's why it's in there, because other communities really want it. But if you don't want it, throw it out, absolutely.
Well, Mr. Chairman, or Co-Chairman, that's my point. Park County's never wanted it. We don't want it.
Right.
Other counties of free will, of free electorates,
sure.
said, we want it because it will do X, Y, and Z for our county. Our county says, we don't want it. We don't want it, period. And for the state to say, well, you're going to do it anyway, whether you like it or not. And in the next election, you can repeal it. That's just wrong. It's just, in my book, wrong, because we have said no. The rest of the state, all but one other county, has said, yeah, we want it because it will benefit, it'll build us a civic center, whatever. But our county has said, because we border Montana and no sales tax, we see tens of millions of dollars going north. 2 years ago, my wife and I were coming back from a doctor's appointment in Billings. And from Laurel down, I said, let's count the vehicles going north. And this was like a Thursday afternoon. And let's count Whittier, County 9, which is Bighorn County, and County 11, which is Park County. We counted like 250 vehicles, all but like 20 were Bighorn County and Park County, going north with tens of millions of dollars not being spent in our county. So for the state to say you will impose an extra 1 cent, yeah, I get it. I like the property tax reduction part of the 2 cents, but boy, this is more than I can deal with. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other discussion? Mr. Senator McEwen.
I think we need to be clear. I think I heard somebody say this is the largest tax reduction the state's ever seen. This is not a tax reduction. This is taking a little pea out of this cover and putting it under this cover and swirling it around, and we're still collecting. In fact, I think if you do the math, more taxes now than we're just doing it in a different way. And at the end of the day, for my constituents, a tax is a tax is a tax. Whether they're paying it on gasoline, whether they're paying it on products, or whether they're paying it on their property, if the net amount that this bill is going to generate is the same or more as the property tax reduction, we're almost telling them, hey, we're going to give you a property tax reduction. And then we're going to sneak our hand in your wallet while you're looking at the property tax reduction through sales tax increases. I have a problem. I can't tell the people who elected me this is a tax relief. It is reform. It does change the manner of which we collect taxes. But does it really save the taxpayer any money? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I think, you know, an answer to that thing, I think, is who pays the sales tax. About 15% of it is paid by out-of-staters. We know with tourists, but I think if you look in Wyoming, average annual income, I'm looking at some economic analysis stuff. Average typical 3-person home owning family in Wyoming in 2022 had an annual income $68,000, owned a home of $320,000, paid about $1,200 in retail sales tax and $2,070 in residential property tax. So that decreased their property tax by $2,070 and increased their sales tax by an estimated $450. And of course, there's a lot of different households, different incomes, different consumption and property values and all that. But the average Wyoming family, you're right, they're gonna spend about $500 more out of the right pocket, but they're gonna have $2,000 or $3,000 more in their left pocket. And that's just coming from, you know, those 2022, those latest figures from economic analysis that I had. So, but anyway, it's, there's no doubt. So, okay, any other discussion, Representative Locke?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So kind of going back to that potential change in buying habits, if you will, that was described by the senator. That being said, so are there any protections, and I'm sorry, I went through the bill and maybe not in enough detail. Are there any protections? Let's just say that does occur and that revenue identified here, because my guess is you probably took a fairly straight line that says buying habits aren't going to change. I would guess that would have been the easiest way to model this if I had to guess. And so the question is, if that's true, and let's just say that these revenues end up being much lower, what protections are there that say, hey, if this doesn't go in the direction we want to go, I know there's a study going on, but if this doesn't go in the directions, what are the protections that say if we're going to have to put property tax back in place, what happens to those sales tax? Do we have that protection in here? I know at one point it was in the previous bill, and I'm sorry, I didn't catch it in here, but.
Right, and I think,
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Anderson, I think it's in here.
I don't think we have anything directly tying the two together, Mr. Chairman.
Like if that, because the previous bill we had, one went away, the other goes away. Right, and if not, we can amend that in there. Is that what you're referring to, like if? Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, yes. There was that issue that says if for some reason the property tax has to come back, the sales tax goes away.
Sales tax goes away, and we had that in that other bill.
That was my recollection. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
it was. I mean, it'd be in the end there, yeah, I think. Okay, if it's not in there, we can amend that in there, because that's already been in before. Okay, good catch there. Senator Ide?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll echo a few of the sentiments that have already been spoken here, but as Senator McEwen said, I mean, all I see here is we're just moving the property tax goalposts around there, or the tax goalposts in this case would be sales tax and property tax around the field. You know, if there's not anything that, you know, is tied to any spending cuts, I think we're just kind of going in circles here. You know, at the end of this bill, section 6 on the last page says, you know, the committee shall study the impacts of this act during the 2025 interim. I mean, it's almost like we're getting the cart before the horse here. I don't have any real details on how, you know, who wins on this and who loses. You know, who does it impact and who benefits, and those numbers sort of mesh together. I mean, I think, you know, a consumption tax is better than a property tax, but without spending cuts, I think I'm not in favor of this legislation here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other discussion?
Can I actually ask a question?
Go ahead, yeah. Go ahead, Senator Biden.
Since we're not discussing the bill yet, we were supposed to be asking questions of these gentlemen. Can you remind me how much a 1% sales tax would bring in annually, I think it was like 120 million? More,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Beitman, 1%, an entire 1% would bring in exactly half of what the additional sales and use tax of 2%, the second to the last set of numbers right there. So it's around 240, 250 per year. And that's the entire 1%. Remember that the state sales tax goes 69% general fund and 31%, and the remainder to local governments. This represents the entirety of 2 pennies.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tempe, on the portion, you said that you're going to be looking at census data for the rental refund portion. Is there anticipation of modeling what the behavior will be with this? When I look at this, I think of the rentor versus the landlord and pricing based on, the market. And we're going to be putting pressure on the market based on increased, property taxes, probably because we're not exempting commercial. And then we're going to be giving a refund to the renter. So it seems to me like we're kind of chasing our tail here. So is there any way to model that behavior to see if that's going to be effective? Because we are requiring of the landlord to do some reporting here. We're obviously going to have some effort from the Department of Revenue to, ensure that these are applied for and confirmed before we send out refunds. So would you be able to model that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, I would step back a little bit and remind folks regarding fiscal impact estimates, those are considered static estimates. In other words, they do not try to model economic behavior, changes in employment, things like that.
Okay, very good. Okay, any other questions of these gentlemen? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your good work. Okay, members of the public, any folks here like to visit about this bill? Come up and give any testimony? I'm sure welcome your comments, questions. Is anybody online on this bill?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have Brett Moline from the
Okay.
Wyoming Farm Bureau.
So after we do the in-person here, and we'll go to online. Okay, welcome back. Good afternoon again.
Chairman, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Ashley Harpstreet, and I sit before you today as the new Executive Director for Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Just so you guys know, WAM is a 501c6 private nonprofit association that provides educational resources to our 99 municipalities. Since 1967, WAM's mission is to advocate for cities and towns' common interest, and that WAM supports policy that allows local decision-making closest to the 68% of the people that live within the borders of the municipality. Mr. Chairman, our local municipalities provide services to the constituents that 100% live in the county and 68% that live within the municipal borders. To do that, the sales tax makes up a major percentage of their budget in the general fund to provide everything from snow removal, road construction, judicial services, public works, infrastructure, to law enforcement. I brought our mayor from Cheyenne today to provide examples for you to consider. While we are interested in looking at reform concepts, this bill has so many things going on, we fear the unintended consequences that are not fleshed out yet will ultimately hit 100% of our shared constituents. With that, Mr. Chairman and committee members, we would urge a deep dive in true tax reform discussion, much like Tax Reform 2000, in the interim that considers other abilities for municipalities to provide these services instead of a socialization of revenue. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm just going to ask a question. Is there a perception by the businesses, for example, at the local level that this is likely to have an adverse impact or certainly unintended consequences? Maybe I ask it that way. Is that a fear that you're seeing from your constituents. It certainly is a fear I've heard from mine, but
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke. We have not gone out to our Main Street businesses, but I can tell you sales tax is very important to them. And I think our Mayor Collins here could probably speak specific to, how that would impact industry. I know there are some industry people in the room today that might potentially speak to what their members are looking at this increase.
Questions, members? Okay, good mayor is here. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Patrick Collins, Mayor of Cheyenne. I really appreciated reading this bill, a little bit of the out-of-the-box thinking that kind of went into it. And I can see where the authors would be excited about considering the recent conversations in our state regarding sales and property taxes. I'd ask you to consider the unintended consequences that I see that this bill would bring to local government. As Mayor of Cheyenne, I see this bill as potentially being devastating for our city and county's future and our ability to invest in ourselves. First, sales tax collections are much more volatile than property taxes. In my time on the governing body, we've seen sales tax collections drop by over 11%, while property taxes have been more stable, even in tough economic times. In 2015, our sales tax collections dropped by 11.5%, and it took us 3 years to recover. Our number one funding source is sales tax collections, and with this bill, our number two funding source will also be reliant on being backfilled by sales tax collections that may or may not be there to fully fund our lost taxes in this bill. The voters of Laramie County, they've been amazing in their financial support of projects across our county versus the 5th and the 6th penny sales taxes. The addition of 2 more pennies of sales tax going to the state pushes our specific purpose tax to 8%. And I'm concerned that the current 5th penny sales tax going to 7% could jeopardize it also. I know the bill makes it permanent, the 5th penny, but it also allows the voters to take it away. And at 7%, I'm concerned that could happen. Our current 5th penny is critical. 80% of that goes to improving our roads. It replaces, the other 20% replaces fire apparatus and equipment, police vehicles and equipment, parks equipment, and so much more. I'm concerned that moving this penny to 7th penny could jeopardize these critical funds. Even though we've received great support for the optional sales tax election for years, I don't know how our voters will react to a sales tax this high. Our general fund pays for salaries and benefits, and all of our equipment, training, and vehicles comes from optional sales taxes. I'm much more concerned about the future of the specific purpose tax or our current 6th penny sales tax. It's the only way Cheyenne, Pine Bluffs, Albin, and Laramie County, let's not forget Burns, can make meaningful investments in our future. In 2017 and 2021, Laramie County voters approved a $92 million specific purpose tax and $128 million specific purpose tax. Voters choosing to tax themselves. It funded an expansion of the county courthouse, built a new municipal courthouse, expanded our jail, built the Archer Fairgrounds. This year it built 3 new fire stations for the city, purchased 4 new fire trucks, did millions, and I mean millions of dollars in local road maintenance. It created an advanced manufacturing facility at LCCC. It built a new senior center that will open here hopefully in the next month. And it actually helps pay for our MRG to support air service. As important as these funds are to Cheyenne and Laramie County, it's the only way our smaller communities can fund even the smallest purchases that we take for granted. For Albin to buy a new pickup for their maintenance department, for Burns to do a road repair, or for Pine Bluffs to install a new lift station for their sewer system, all examples that we just recently did. It all takes the 6th penny sales tax. With the 6th penny, we share a much larger percentage with our smaller communities because we know they just can't afford the necessary things to fund their essential projects. Moving this sales tax by 2%, I think, is very much a threat to these necessary funds. Now, I look at it and say companies are looking to invest in communities that are investing in themselves. Our only way to make meaningful investments is through the specific purpose tax. And I believe this bill will make it very hard to continue the momentum we've made for the last couple of decades. I would ask you to protect our local sales tax options and vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Mayor, Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you. Any other folks, or will I go, anybody here? I'll go online if everybody in the room is. And we have 4 chairs, so if there's more folks that want to visit, come on up. Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Kelly Little and I represent the Associated General Contractors of Wyoming. I would like to commend the committee for the serious deliberation on all of these items today. The intention to assist and relieve pressure and burden from your constituents is admirable. AGC of Wyoming's members employ Wyoming workers, people who live and work in all of your communities. The tension that you must hold between benefit to the individual and benefit to the collective citizenry is not to be taken lightly. AGC of Wyoming has serious concerns about the implications of this bill, particularly the reality that local governments would not be able to enact local option sales taxes to complete projects at the local level. A lot of the projects that are approved by the voters for a specific purpose are important to the community and completed by our members. Whether they be commercial construction projects, such as a fire station, senior center, or animal shelter, or projects that include repairs, replacements, and upgrades to transportation, sewer, and water infrastructure. Construction businesses in Wyoming provide a unique symbiotic benefit to the communities that they work and take pride in. These businesses themselves pay sales tax on materials, equipment, and supplies. They do this knowing that a robust economy includes those taxes being put back into the community for the betterment of all citizens. Although there are some provisions of this bill that could provide a reduction in taxes paid by local businesses, including the reduction in the industrial property tax rate and the increase in de minimis property exemption, the unknown ramifications of the drastic exemption in residential property tax, the renter's refund program, and the increased state sales tax rate are concerning. We foresee the state's revenue burden falling further onto all of Wyoming's businesses, including small and local businesses, to carry the weight. Thank you, and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for you, considering the people that you represent. So have there been any analysis, maybe not at this point because it's new, on, for example, impacts to building a new house? How much does a 2%, 2-cent sales tax increase the cost of a new house?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, I don't have that analysis done. As you said, the concept is pretty new. We did talk about it last year. However, that is something I'm sure that we will be studying. That is one of those unknown ramifications to businesses that I'm talking about here. You know, when you're increasing the sales tax, but the business itself is not getting a break on the property tax, that's a straight tax increase for a business. That could be really detrimental to local businesses. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Pete Obermueller, Petroleum Association of Wyoming. Pleasure to see you all. And before I get started, in case I forget to say it later, just perhaps the last time that Revenue Committee meets. And so I just wanted to offer a note of thanks from PAW to Representative Oakley, Representative Zwanzer, Representative Northrup. Long-time service and exemplary service to the state. Appreciate everything you all have done. Mr. Chairman, with regard to this bill, it was mentioned very large tax reduction for oil and gas. It is, so far, everything that's been discussed has been, pretty drastic tax reductions for residential property and all that. Nothing for oil and gas. And then this bill actually increases taxes on oil and gas. None of the little bits that fall off the table for others in terms of the various reductions apply to oil and gas at all. So it's just a straight sales tax increase on oil and gas. Now, I appreciate the conversation. In fact, would like to have it from a taxation standpoint of the philosophical argument of whether we should have property tax or shift to a consumption tax. That's a fair conversation. But Mr. Chairman, there's just no debating that minerals and oil and gas in particular pays the way. In 2023, oil and gas paid $2.42 billion in taxes to the state of Wyoming, $2.42 billion. 880 million of that in property taxes. And then 795 million in severance taxes. And then an additional 540 million in federal royalties. And then a bill like this, I guess kicks our dog while you're over and adds an additional sales tax to it. So we're opposed. And for once, amazingly, I can speak on behalf of my colleagues at the Mining Association as well. It's way more fun when he speaks on behalf of me than the other way around, because I won't make any food references. But the Mining Association also opposes the bill, Mr. Chairman, and part of that is because even though they are a benefit of the scraps, in terms of the what Mr. Dita has fought for a long time is reduction of severance tax from 6.5 to 6. That in surface coal would be a savings of approximately 13 million to surface coal operators. But the sales tax paid in 13 million in 2023, I should say, that fluctuates. But the sales tax contemplated under this bill, had it been in place in 2023, would have been about a $61 million increase for mining. So for the industries that pay the bills in Wyoming, this bill represents, as it's written right now, represents simply a tax increase on the two largest taxpayers in the state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy to take questions.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Obermiller? How much, when you said the 61 million in mining just now, was that the number you said?
I did, Mr. Chairman.
Is that the mining segment, which includes oil and gas, or is that just, where are you getting that? Is that from the Department of Revenue, or?
It's a fair question, Mr. Chairman, and the NAICS codes are challenging for oil and gas. A lot of oil and gas is housed within mining. So in this particular,
that's what I was.
Right, but in this particular calculation, I used the NAICS code specifically for coal, for surface coal production alone.
Okay. And then how about like the industrial rate lowering? Would that affect coal mines, or?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sure it would in some cases, just like oil and gas. There are parts of oil and gas that are affected by the industrial rate.
On your property rate?
Think the property of a natural gas plant, natural gas firing facility, something like that. I imagine Mr. Deta's members have things like that, but that is not the bulk of what they pay, not by a long shot. Same with us.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's severance and FMR, so that's the tax and property tax.
And ad valorem, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and property tax, ad valorem, absolutely, no doubt. And obviously, Wyoming's runs on it, that and the legacy minerals that are in our permanent mineral trust fund, certainly. I was just curious, I guess I'll dig down in that a little more, but when you look at that industrial rate of, I don't know, it's about 50 million a year. I mean, who's paying that now? Industrial property tax at 11.5, that reduction would be 50 million. Who's paying that primarily, do you think? Is it?
Mr. Chairman, I imagine Director Henson could probably answer more accurately than me, but you're talking about the largest payers. You're talking about the soda ash producers. You're talking about some of the larger facilities in western Wyoming, industrial facilities like that. Pipelines, of course, pay industrial.
Very good. Okay. Any other questions of Mr. O'Miller? Representative Locke's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So question for you, and I'm sorry, I'm actually taking you back to the coal conversation. Did I hear you correctly that it's still an increase for the coal even with the break that's shown here? Is that what it appears to be, or did I not hear that correctly?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, based on my conversations with Mr. Detail and then some back-of-the-envelope calculations on what the exact numbers are, some of the numbers could fluctuate, but directionally, yes. The sales tax, the 50% sales tax hike under the bill would supersede any of the reduction from the severance tax, from the 0.5% severance tax reduction.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, Mr. O'Miller? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Any other folks here in the room, or we're going to move to the Zoom? Okay, and then we're just about at our lunch break.
I plan on
then-
taking it.
And then we're going to take a little break for lunch and then be back. So, okay, we're going to move to Zoom. Mr. Moline.
Mr. Chairman, are you ready for me?
We are, welcome.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Not to really pile on, but just some kind of questions on it. I'll use myself for an example. I'm not sure that this bill would help me because I have my house in a trust. So technically, the trust owns the house, I own the trust. And so without it being spelled out in this bill, which I know in other draft legislation, it's been spelled out that if it's owned by a trust, the trust gets the benefit of this. But concerns that if I would actually benefit, then I think of my members that have employer provided housing. They own it, but in order to get labor, they have to provide housing. And I'm not, the way I read this, since it's not owner occupied, that those housing units would not qualify. So concerns about the increase in, a 2% increase in property tax. I think of my son that's a school teacher in Rawlins, makes a good wage. He probably wouldn't qualify for the any type of reimbursement on his rent, but should he buy a vehicle, well, it doesn't take much to be a $30,000 vehicle. Boom, there's $600 he's got to come up with right up front. And so that, on your monthly purchases, 2%, it adds up, but on a larger purchases such as vehicles, it's boom, it's right up front, and which could put a damper on those sales. With that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the concept, but I think we need to delve into this a little closer, a little more in depth before anything would go forward. With that, I would take any questions you or the committee may have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, Mr. Moline? Okay, thanks, sir. Appreciate you. No questions at this time. Appreciate you joining us.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Okay, have a good day. Okay, members. And anyone else here? Last call for public comment. Okay, we're going to close public comment. Members, what's your pleasure on LSO Draft 173? Seen silence. Question?
Can we table the bill, Mr. Chairman?
Seeing there is silence, I'll just lay this bill back. There's no motion on this bill. We'll lay it back. Yep. Okay. So we're at lunch right now. We're going to take a little break. It's 3:40. Let's take a break till 4 o'clock. We'll start up again and continue the agenda. And that'll be on, I think we're on the second page of the agenda. We'll start up on item 6, property tax, industrial property. Okay, thank you. We'll get started on item 6 on the agenda, which was scheduled at about 2:30, so we'll catch up. And this is Bill Draft 25 LSO 107 Industrial Property Tax Assessment Ratio. Mr. Anderson. $107, correct? Yeah.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. And 25 LSO 107, working draft 0.5. This just changes the industrial property tax rate. The version you see beginning on page 2, it steps it down 0.5% every year, beginning in tax year 2026 until it reaches 9.5% in tax year 2029. It does that in 2 different spots in the bill. And you'll see the staff comment on page 4 is also what it would look like if you just dropped it immediately to that 9.5%. And there's another staff note there that if you did that, you'd likely want to change the effective date to January 1 of 2026. That's the bill, Mr. Chairman. I take any questions.
Okay. Okay, members, any questions, Mr. Anderson? Okay. No questions. Thank you. Is there anyone here who would like to testify on this bill? Very good. Good afternoon again. We're not going to get into good evening here for too long.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Brenda Hinson, Director of the Department of Revenue. My purpose is simply to clarify what types of property are we talking about when we think about industrial. So just to start with, we've mentioned, so minerals, when they are severed from the ground, that's the first class, which is 100%. So we're not talking about that class. What we are talking about is the equipment utilized to sever those minerals. Also, manufacturing, anything, the easiest way to think about it is the components of that product that's coming in the back door, they change in some manner before they're sold out that front door. And so we have local assessments and we have department assessed companies that are included in that industrial classification. I mentioned the abstract earlier. So the State Board of Equalization, if you're interested, for each county has values in each county for each of the industrial classification, talking, food manufacturing, beverages, tobacco, textiles, apparel, leather, wood products, paper, printing, chemicals, plastic, rubber, fabricated metal, refineries, oil and gas extraction, coal, mining, basic chemical manufacturing, pipeline transportation, electric power generation. Then when you get to the department assessed companies, you're talking about railroads, airlines, natural gas distribution, natural gas pipelines, liquid pipelines, investor-owned public utilities, rural electric cooperatives, municipal electrics. Just for clarifications, telecommunications are at the commercial. So even though the Department of Revenue values telecommunications, cable, satellite companies, those are considered commercial. And so not included in this bill when we talk about industrial classification. So with that, we did some fiscal notes related to what would that mean, starting with 2024 values, and I will turn it over to Mr. Gill unless there are questions from the committee related to what types of property are we talking at the industrial classification.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken Gill, Property Tax Division. You'll see in your packet, we put together a quick little fiscal note on this, changing the assessment level of industrial property from the current 11.5% to 11, 10.5 the following year, 10, 9.5. I used the statewide average mill levy, which is 68.504. And so you'll see I broke them down in each category by the 12 mills, which would be the school foundation, the 31, which would be the 25 local school and 6 local school, and then the remainder would be whatever else in the county or municipality.
So that would be 25.504 for the remainder. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would stand for any questions.
Questions, members? So as I look at this, it's 105 on the electronic version, page 105, but 50 million a year when fully implemented. I'm looking at 2029.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct. So 2029, if it were to directly go from 11.5 to 9.5 right now, it would be the 50 million.
50 million. Okay. And about 32 million of that schools. The remainder of the 18.5 million to the counties and cities, special districts. Okay.
That's correct,
Community
Mr. Chairman.
colleges. Yeah, okay, very good. Okay, any other questions? Everybody see that summary? I have it on page 105 of the electronic version. Representative Bear, almost called you Senator Bear.
Thank you for not making that mistake.
Okay. I used to, when people would say that to me, no offense, senators, but I'd say, hey, I'm not that old. I'm teasing my Senate friends. You're all my favorites. Okay.
On to my question. One thing we don't have, I don't believe here, is data going back to, for instance, this all kind of started in 1988. So where have we been maybe the last 5 years as far as increases in this industrial revenue based on the static 11.5% that we've been at?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, we can go back in each of our annual reports every year. We do that, but we have not compiled that information. Quite honestly, department assessments in 2024 were negative from 2023. When we look at the industrial property statewide, we will definitely put that together for you, both the local and the state assessed, and we can get that to you. The other piece of that is, we are, as we stated, we do have taxpayers. They're self-reporting on personal property. Personal property is a significant portion of the industrial classification. Land and structures typically are not a big investment for the industrial classification. The lion's share is personal property. So that's important to note. And there's only one thing, Representative Bear, it's not specifically related to your question, but this bill implements the first change in 2026, and the CAMA system can accommodate changing that level of assessment. There's no programming that is necessary. It's just a matter of changing in our tables statewide what that percentage is that's applied. But the key is making sure that it's done before the assessment schedules go out so that people understand their taxable value. So with that, any other questions?
I just wanted to, you said that the personal property was about 80% of or what did you say?
Mr. Chairman, it's the lion's share. It depends on the industry, but it is a significant portion of the industrial value. When you stop and think about railroads, public utilities, some of these types of property, we're valuing the company as a whole. And that personal property may or may not even have situs here in Wyoming, but we're valuing the company as a whole. My point was just to state that land and structures are not typically the investment. It's usually the equipment that's used, either to sever the mineral or to actually do the manufacturing.
Very good. Thank you. Your co-chair.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. This morning you had that slide that showed the big four mineral counties. Are there a big four or big two or big one counties in industrial? I'm assuming Sweetwater is probably the biggest for industrial, but do you have kind of a breakdown of how that shakes out? Because not every county is going to have much at all industrial property. Is that correct?
That is correct. Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Beitman, you're right. It is going to impact every taxing entity, not just whether it's county. Every entity is going to be different because manufacturing, we do have some of that in the cities. I have not done that analysis, but I can definitely, I'll pull out my spreadsheet that does percent residential, and I'll put percent industrial per county and city, should this bill go further. So we'll have that for consideration during the session.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Swanson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Is there any fiscal note from you off the top of your head or LSO on what, I mean, how much money we're talking, lowering it from 11.5 to 9.5?
Go ahead, I think it's on that
Mr.
page
Chairman,
105.
Representative Swanser, Mr. Gill had compiled that information and you can show him what it looks like. Oh, there we go. There it is.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, anybody else, anyone else here would like to comment on this bill? Give any, okay, anybody online? Okay, gonna close public comment. Members, what's your pleasure on this bill? Okay, it's been moved by Representative Bear, seconded by Mr. Co-Chair. Okay. Any amendments? Go ahead, let's start right on page 1, page 2. Any amendments? Okay. This is a year-by-year step down. I'm going to make an amendment just to make this a one-year deal of only 0.5% to lower it to 11%. I think the biggest issue here is really how do we want to work with this personal property? I mean, do we want to do it this way? Or do we want to do it through these, the bills that we got coming up? The de minimis or the depreciation, or I don't know if we need to do all of it. But the other part of this is what our forebears did where they linked all property classes 4 points or 40%. And of course, we're low enough, so it's always going to be the 40%. So if you lowered, you said earlier today, what was the residential could be lowered right now?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Hirschman,
to 8
at the current assessment percentages, the all other category could be assessed as low as, it's like 8.21, but I would assume that if you round up to the nearest 1/4%, it would be 8.25%.
So that's like right now, we could lower that assessment ratio. I'm just quick math, probably not right, but 13% or so on an assessment ratio going from 9.5 to 8.25. So I'm just trying to do little league math in my head. If we lowered this from 11.5 to 11, how much lower could we go? That's my question, I guess. So we could take it to about.
Mr. Chairman, if you lowered it industrial to 11%, then the all other class could go as low as 7.857. I don't know if you want to use 7.9 or 8 or something like that.
Okay, so my motion's gonna be just to make this bill a one-time deal to lower it 0.5%. That's all.
Why don't we get rid
Instead
of
of us-
everything?
Yeah, so it would get rid of everything from line 14 on down, basically. Does that make sense, Mr. Anderson? That would get the 3 other years of step downs done. That's my motion on it. Okay, there's a second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chairman, just
Go
a
ahead.
point of clarification. So you're going to eliminate basically lines 15 through 23 and
Correct,
so on, and the same on the other portion.
correct, yes, sir.
Wait, it's 11, this has 11 and a half.
Right, they're
Stick
both
it
of
at 11
those.
and a half.
Property,
11
you,
and a half, 11.
I just moved both of those to 11. And delete the rest. Both sections, yes. Okay, that's my little amendment. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Oh, discussion. We have more discussion? Okay, I didn't sense any. You have
Sorry.
discussion. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Senator.
Mr. Chairman. So just so I'm clear, so we're eliminating everything below that, so it stays right there. We're only getting a 0.5% reduction, period.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, that's what I was doing with that. Okay. Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? No. All those in favor, raise your hand. I think that passed. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. I don't think it passed. Okay, all those opposed. Well, it'd be 7, I guess. So, yeah. Okay, never mind. That failed. I can count. Okay, that little amendment that the co-chair and I both voted for went down. Okay.
Can I take a stab at it?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll offer the same amendment, but knock it down to 10%. So it makes the math easier to adjust the residential and all other down to 6, if we so chose later on. So same as yours, take it from 11. 10 and 6 sounds better to me, so I'll throw that up the flagpole and see who sleeps.
Will you say it again? I'm sorry.
Just his amendment, but instead of 11%, 10%.
Just a point of clarification, we would be eliminating everything after line 15 on page 2 and changing line 13 to say 10%. So in 1 year, it goes down 1.5%.
Correct. There will be no step down. It'll just be,
Thank you.
rip the Band-Aid off and go to 10%.
Is there a second? Second? Representative Byron. Okay, further discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I should just go to the hand raising to start with. All those in favor, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that motion has failed. 7 to 7. I'm assuming all those opposed. I'm assuming you're all voting. Okay, this is the Wyoming legislature. Okay, question, go ahead. Representative Swanson.
Thanks, Chairman. Just to back up a second, maybe I missed why this is before us. I don't know why we're thinking about giving $50 million out. Nobody came and testified in favor of it. I haven't had anybody contact me saying, let's lower it. So if there's an industry here who wants it, I would sure like to hear from them. Or someone tell me the why. Seems weird just to cut out $50 million just for fun without a reason. I mean, it seems fun, but it doesn't seem like
Representative
appropriate.
Swanson, I agree with you totally. I've not had one person contact me in favor of this bill. I don't know this, but I think it lowers the residential potential. I think that's part of that protection piece that our forebears put in there. So anyway, so that's where I was at on that. Okay. Representative Bear. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would also advocate for the industrial, even though we haven't heard testimony in that regard, because I really believe if we lower this tax, we will see more revenues actually into the state, because we'll make Wyoming a great place to do industry. Thank you.
Okay. Any other motions? So we're back on the original bill. Any other motions? Sensing none, I see none. Or what, is there a question on the bill? Yeah, the bill is moved. Okay, question being called, so roll call vote on LSO 107.
This is a roll call vote for 25 LSO 0107, Industrial Property Tax Assessment Ratio. Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator McEwen.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
No.
Representative Bear.
Aye.
Representative Byron.
No.
Representative Locke.
Aye.
Representative Northrup.
No.
Representative Oakley. No. Representative Storer.
No.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Representative Swanitzer. Co-Chairman Beitman. Chairman Harshman.
No.
7 ayes, 7 no.
Ration is LSO 108, de minimis tax exemption. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, this bill is 25 LSO 108, working draft 0.4. And currently, as this is drafted, it just strikes the current de minimis exemption for business property of $2,400 and inserts a blank amount pending committee discussion. And you did receive from the Department of Revenue a number of different levels of what this would be, starting at $50,000. And I'll defer to them to talk about those numbers, but that's the bill as it's drafted, Mr. Chairman.
Reminder to us, wasn't it a couple of years ago? It seemed like it was Senator Ellis brought this, and it was like, what was the level before? I mean, it was so,
There, Mr. Chairman.
or was there none?
There was not this exemption before it was created. I think, yeah, as you noted, it was Senator Ellis who came up with this idea. And essentially, I think we put that number in as, that was essentially where it was costing more to send out the bills for this
There you
than it
go.
was, than we were collecting in tax revenue.
For sure,
So that
okay.
was where that initial level was set, Mr. Chairman.
Very good, thank you. Okay, is the department gonna? Very good, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken Gill, Property Tax Division, Department of Revenue. In your packet, you probably have 4 sheets that kind of look like this. This came from the last Revenue Committee meeting, joint meeting, when we were asked to put numbers together for a 50,000 de minimis, a 100,000 de minimis, 150, 200, and 250. So you can see those sheets where those numbers come
So
out.
that is like one, is that? I'm just looking on our,
They look like this, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I don't know the number on your, there's 5 sheets that,
yeah. Okay, I got them, we got them, yeah. They're the same.
one of the things I also did in this analysis was how many accounts were at the de minimis level or below. And you can see that on the total right-hand column there. As the numbers go up, obviously the percentage goes up as the de minimis amount goes up. I might mention, we also did this analysis per account. So company XYZ may be reporting in 5 districts within one county, but I did it at the account level, not the company level. I'm not sure how we could administer it at the company level, so we actually did it at the account level.
Albany County, right at the top. With the 50,000 exemption, so there'd be 70% of the accounts would be below that.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. 70% of the accounts are at 50,000 or less.
And that is, and it's assessed before was, just explain that first column, assessed before and after.
So that would be the assessed value before, whether it be 11.5% or 9.5%. So the fair market value times the level of assessment. I was able to break these down between industrial and regular commercial personal property. Then the assessed after, taking out that 50,000 de minimis, if you will, the assessed difference times the levy for the school foundation, 31 for the schools, and then the remainder for the local.
Okay. Wow, that, I mean, just looking at Albany County, percent of accounts at or below de minimis, 70% of the accounts. So it seems like this would be like a different workload change. Or would it? Is it much?
There is a workload to personal property, definitely, Mr.
I
Chairman.
mean,
It's self-reporting for the companies. The assessor sends out declarations. Also, there's discovery.
right?
Now, I should probably explain de minimis too. It's not an exemption, right? What we're saying is, in the 50,000 example, the company that owns $50,001 will pay property tax on all $50,001. So not every account is getting 50,000 taken off. So de minimis is you don't pay taxes, or you're not assessed for something that's for a company that has 50,000 or less, or 100,000, 200,000, whatever.
Okay. Okay, any questions? Very interesting. Thank you. All your work on this. Appreciate it. Okay. Anyone here would like to testify on this bill? Assessor?
It's something similar to this, maybe 5 years ago, 2018, 2019.
Thank you.
Assessor Meyer?
Got it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, this was a study Park County did due to the fact that they came up with a fine for people, $500. They wanted it, and at first it was you shall, if they don't report, you shall fine them $500. Well, we had accounts that were under $5, and I didn't want to charge them $500. So we looked at other states, and other states do have exemptions. So we didn't call it a de minimis, I can't ever say that, but anyways, because that's just unfair, you know? We used $35,000. And with the $35,000, if you look, 96% of the personal property paid for are 6,053 accounts, paid 96%. You can see there's 18,702 that pay less than $100. We had $15, 7,184. That's when the next, this tied on the Senate floor, by the way. So it got defeated. In fact, the biggest adversaries were the assessors did not like it. I don't know to this day what was wrong, if they thought everybody should pay, because we'd have lost 60%, could have never paid. 35,000 was around $232. They could have never paid, then been gone. They would have never had to report. Because, I mean, I had the whole state stuff, and I looked at all these accounts. And we saw, man, even And even if they did add, which some of them like shoe repair store and stuff, they don't have any personal property. Carpenters, they didn't have it, but they all had to pay. Well, I didn't want people actually doing the fine to these small accounts. I mean, I wasn't gonna do it in my county, you know, that's just nonsense. We used to just raise them up 25% if they didn't. I mean, we had there was nothing there, but they paid the taxes. If they didn't report, we'd raise them every year 25%. Next year too, 25%. When they'd finally come in, we'd say, well, you wouldn't report. So we increased it and we just show it to them there. So this was a better idea. And nobody ever questioned me on the 35,000, how I came up with it. Nobody ever said anything about that. They didn't like it. I think it's because it was a change. We're so used to doing personal property every year, you know, and you couldn't really audit these small accounts because it just didn't pay to send people out there to audit them. It just wasn't worth our time and money. So industry pays most of these taxes, and they are the best reporters. They always were. They have their own company doing reporting for them. So they're paying all this money. Now, these figures were 134 million. I believe it's up to 170 million now. But you would still have all these small accounts we could just get rid of. But we also gave the 35,000 to everybody, not just that. 35,000 off industry. The whole valuation was going down 2% in 2018, and we made it up for it in 2019. Even with getting rid of all those accounts, we were only losing 2% of the value. So I just thought I'd show it to you because I really thought this was a good answer to get rid of the little people downtown. They do not like having to report every year and sign those things and, you know, and the bills. And so it was to get rid of that, keep assessors from fining people, because some thought they could make money. At that time, they were just going to give the money to the county commissioners. Well, you can't do that in the general fund. Schools stopped that, so you couldn't do that part. But I guess one of the better ones, some assessors would tell me everybody needs to pay. Okay, but I thought getting rid of 60% of the accounts and not losing barely any money would be the way to go. So I just thought I'd share that with you. I've done it to every county in the state, so you could see the small people who don't have much personal property, they'd go down a little, but they didn't have much personal property. The big guys, I mean, they'd only go down like even barely 0.5% in valuation, because mainly it's the big guys that are paying these accounts. So I'll take any questions if you want
Okay,
them.
any questions, good assessor? Okay, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assessor Meyer, I think I heard you clearly that you believe that not using it as a de minimis tax exemption, but just a flat-out exemption would be the
Flat-out
better way to
exemption,
go.
and everybody gets it.
And then it's fair.
Industry, so to keep it fair, just plain 35,000 I was using, but everybody got 35,000 off to keep it even.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else here, or any testimony on this bill? Okay, nobody online?
We do have Brett Moline online.
Oh, okay. Mr. Moline.
Mr. Chairman, Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. I kind of like the way the discussion is going on this bill. Just everybody would get a certain exemption. I think $50,000 is a good place to start. I think one thing is going to do it, won't be a big thing, but it might be just a little bit more impetus to get people into business. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but a little bit of a break for them. I think this is a lot more straightforward, just everybody getting a $50,000 of exemption. That would be a lot simpler than trying to depreciate out everything. Just if you got less than $50,000, you're exempt, and that goes for every entity. And with that, that's where I'd stand on that with Mr. Chairman. I'd sit for any questions you got for me.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Moline? Okay, I don't think you have any, but we sure appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Okay, anybody else here? Okay, we're going to close public comment. Members, what's your pleasure on this bill? Okay, the bill has been moved by Representative Bear, seconded by Representative Northrup. Okay, and let me just roll back. I was down on those sheets. And that is on, I just want to, okay. So I think the first deal, members, is right there on line 3, the dollar amount. Do we have an amendment? The dollar amount, we heard Mr. Moline at 50,000. The bill has none in it. Bill is 2,400. Okay, Representative McCune. Is it McCune? Senator, a young senator. I called you representative, sorry.
Guess I'm not old enough to be a senator.
You're not. You're exceptionally young looking down there on the end.
I'd like to put that dollar figure at 10 million. And here's why. There are a lot of small to medium businesses who are paying, as you see, a lion's share of this, who aren't going to see much, if any, of the relief. So we either put it at 10 million or get rid of it. We're going to pass legislation that's going to cost the state $1.97. And I'm exaggerating before you all laugh at me. But the small companies really aren't paying into it. So if we're going to actually do this, let's do it. Let's put it at 10 million. So the small and medium companies actually see some relief. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I move that we make the dollar figure 10 million.
Okay, any more discussion? Let's vote on that motion. All those in favor of 10 million, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I think that's failed. Okay? Division being called. All those in favor of 10 million, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? That motion has failed.
Can I make a motion?
Okay, make a motion. Representative Oakley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make the motion that the number be 35,000.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to add an addition onto your amendment.
Okay.
That was second.
Second?
That 35,000 applies to everybody so that it's the first
It's an
35,000.
exemption, not the de minimis.
So it's an exemption, not a de minimis amount. So everybody gets that. That's different, right? Josh, you got that? Is everybody, any discussion on this amendment? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That amendment is passed, and that's a little different.
Yeah.
That's different. Okay, very good. Okay, any other amendments? Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move an amendment to strike the previous amendment and move it to $50,000 and strike the words on lines 5 and 6 that say as de minimis business property. So the same amendment, just changing it from $35,000 to $50,000.
Okay, shall be exempt. Okay? There's a second? Second by Mr. Co-Chair. Okay, discussion. I think we all understand it. Go ahead. This is not de minimis. This is an exemption now. Everybody gets a change in this, which is kind of.
I just want to make sure I understood the testimony earlier. 35,000 was the amount that got rid of little or nothing. Or not, got rid of a lot of businesses, but
Businesses, but
not much savings. What was the total figure of what we would save at 35,000?
no, he didn't statewide. Yeah, those numbers he gave.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, let's get back into
Thank
this.
you.
We're working on this amendment right here. Okay, so the amendment is 50,000 for that exemption. Any more discussion on that? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That amendment is passed. Okay, any other amendments? Okay, see none. Is there a motion on the bill? Move the bill? Question on the bill is what I'm trying to get to. Yeah, I'll get to it eventually. Okay, we've done all those. It's question time. Please call the roll. And this is Bill Draft 108, and we're probably going to change the title from de minimis to personal property exemption. Okay, please call the roll. Thank you.
This is a roll call vote for 25 LSO 0108, business property, de minimis tax exemption as amended. Senator French.
Aye.
Senator Ide.
Aye.
Senator McEwen.
Aye.
Senator Pappas.
Aye.
Representative Bear.
Aye.
Representative Byron.
Aye.
Representative Locke.
Aye.
Representative Northrup.
Aye.
Representative Oakley.
Aye.
Representative Storer.
Aye.
Representative Strock.
Aye.
Representative Zwanitzer. Co-Chairman Beitman.
Aye.
Chairman Harshman.
Aye.
14 aye, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. The next bill for our consideration is LSO Draft 109, tangible personal property depreciation. Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, 25 LSO 109, working draft 0.4. So what this bill does, Mr. Chairman, is it, on page 2, it specifies that fair market value for tangible personal property shall be determined based upon the amount that was paid to acquire the property and depreciation of the value of property over time. And then it adds a new exemption on page 3, that tangible personal property that has depreciated to 20% or less of the amount that was paid to acquire the property would be exempt. That's the bill, Mr. Chairman. Take any questions.
I just want to make sure I understand what you just said. So after the equipment's depreciated to 20% or less, the tangible personal property goes away completely?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. This is the old tractor or rig or.
Meat grinder.
There you go. Okay, any questions, discussions?
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Zwanitzer.
I guess I just want to make sure it really truly is the old tractor. I mean, are there industrial uses of oil, gas, minerals that even with 20% left are still multi-million-dollar entities? I guess is my question. I don't want to, tax anyone's old tractor on personal property, but I do think if there's some industrial oil and gas assets, I just want, where is that line and do we have a way to quantify it?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I'm the person to answer that question, but there might be other people in the audience better equipped than me. But yeah, I think the idea, at least the discussion that generated this bill was the idea of the old tractor, Mr. Chairman.
How does this, and the director maybe can help, but we've got the next bill with the indexes and the depreciation as well, similar. I mean, we're going to need both these bills? Or do we want to hear them both, I guess I'm just trying to think of the best way to work this?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that they necessarily conflict with each other, but
Right.
certainly, if you wanted to do both, you might want to do them as one bill. That might make sense to do, but
Yeah. Okay, I think, so members, I think we'll kind of work through and hear on both these bills. They're very related, kind of two different ways to work this same issue. And we'll work that. Okay, Senator Pappas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Help me think through this. If I buy a piece of property and I use it long enough that it depreciates to 20%, and so it's old, I'm not paying any tax on it, but if I decide to sell it to somebody, do they start depreciating it again? Or if I sell it to somebody and they refurbish it to new, then what happens?
So, Mr. Chairman, so yeah, in that case, I think just based on how we're changing the definition of fair market value here for the new person, that would be their acquisition value and then depreciation. So, and as you noted, the other bill requires the department to, we haven't gotten to that yet, but it would require the department to specifically adopt these depreciation schedules, and so that may help them answer some of those questions.
Okay, I'd like to keep, if we have any further questions, I'd like to keep moving on the next bill too. Go ahead on this bill, and then we'll keep working that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just while we have Mr. Anderson here, this bill seems to have some mirror language from the last bill, where we have here in what I think is Romanet 42, we have, again, the 2400 language and the de minimis language. And I'm just curious, do we need to correct this for the changes we just made in the previous bill?
Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, it does, that's primarily in there as just highlighting that there is the second exemption. It may be beneficial if the committee does move forward with 2 or 3 of these bills to combine them into one so that it would avoid those issues.
Yeah. Okay. How about, do you want to work that other bill to explain that, go through that one with us? Do you need to grab it, or do you have it? Have a question, Senator, go ahead.
As we get into the next bill and you're explaining it, I would like to know why we're not using the IRS depreciation tables and rules instead of creating our own as a state. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, go ahead.
It's a fair question, Mr. Chairman. I just would note that, especially with this next bill, talking about the depreciation schedules, this was language that was suggested at that last meeting, so we just used the suggested language. Certainly would be a policy choice to revise that, Mr. Chairman. And so, Mr. Chairman, if you want me to just continue into that bill,
Go ahead.
25 LSO 110.
110.
Working draft 0.5. What this would do, Mr. Chairman, would say that for tangible personal property, fair market value shall be determined using valuation indexes and depreciation schedules prescribed by rule and regulation of the department, provided that no valuation index or depreciation schedule shall be used to increase fair market value of fully depreciated property above the depreciation floor of the property. You'll see a staff comment there. Staff was not necessarily sure what that last phrase meant, depreciation floor of the property. So if we could maybe consider defining that term or rephrasing that section to avoid using that term. And then it does require the department to promulgate those rules and would become effective in January of 2026. So that's that bill, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Members, any question of Mr. Anderson? Then maybe Department of Revenue would come up. Senator, question?
As I look at that language, the department could literally depreciate it 2% a year for 50 years if they wanted to, or 100% in 1 year. That's my concern. And they're going to promulgate their own rules. We can adjust this as we go on the fly when there's already established rules, policies, and procedures from the IRS that would define when it's depreciated. And I could just call my accountant and say, hey, what's this worth today? And at the end of the day, I will finally get to own my own meat grinder. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It'll be a glorious day. I'm going to ask the department to come up and talk about some of these. And so, Mr. Anderson, thank you. We'll come back and work these, see how we want to do this.
Please.
Okay, so maybe we roll back and start with the first one on the 20% and then lead in just like we just did. That's okay, Director. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brenda Henson, Director of the Department of Revenue. I would like to basically just provide some food for thought. Mr. Gill is handing out our life expectancy tables. I think that'll answer a lot of questions on what has come up today. We do already have the responsibility of promulgating rules, and in fact, we publish a personal property appraisal manual. It's about 3 inches thick. We do that on an annual basis using appraisal methodology. We're not the only state that values personal property for property taxation. And you've got fee appraisers out there that value personal property for fair market value. I would like to turn your attention to page 2 and the language that's proposed in Working Draft 109, stating that fair market value for tangible personal property, we'll start right there. Tangible personal property is anything other than real property, land and structures. So tangible personal property will include all the furniture, fixtures, and equipment utilized by all income-producing entities, and also mobile homes across the state of Wyoming. Titled mobile homes are tangible personal property for taxation purposes. And it should be noted that we do not have the acquisition costs for mobile homes currently. There's no requirement in Wyoming statute for anyone to report that to us. We are appraising mobile homes at the local level. So that's one thing to be keeping in mind. The other thing that's important to note that the state assessed property, personal property is a significant component for state assessed companies, railroads, public utilities. But we use a unit approach to value. We're basically looking at what's the income that's derived for those companies, and we're capitalizing that at net operating income. We do not break out and have a real property value for railroads and a personal property value for railroads. So with the statute specifically stating for personal property, this is how fair market value shall be calculated. It will be a challenge for all of those public utility pipeline type properties going forward. The other challenge we have is this language somehow assumes that every company is reporting to us. We don't receive information from all of our companies, and that was part of the discussion that started the de minimis discussion historically, the penalty for non-reporting. County assessors, there's a statute that requires the county assessor and the Department of Revenue to use best available information and still appraise that property, even though we don't get any information from the property owner. Somehow, some way, if the retail grocery store does not report to the Department of Revenue, or excuse me, that would be a retail grocery store, and that example would be the local county assessor. If they don't report, then what the county assessor is required to do is look at other grocery stores, other retail stores, what are they reporting, and do an estimate of value. Simply non-reporting does not make you exempt from taxation. It's not fair to those that are the honest companies that are reporting as required by statute. So that's another piece that will be a challenge if the fair market value is the amount that was paid to acquire the property, if they didn't report that amount to the local county assessor. The other piece of this, as we turn to page 3, the exemption states tangible personal property that has depreciated to 20% or less. So Mr. Gill has handed out the life expectancy for various types of equipment. So for example, hand tools, warehouse equipment, that only has a 5-year life. And by the way, that's based on IRS tables. That only has a 5-year life. So after 5 years, the 20% depreciation is the floor. And so everything that is out there currently, based on this proposed legislation that gets to that 20% floor, would then go off of the assessment rolls. It would be exempt. Right now, we're appraising personal property based on fair market value and a value in use. A table may not have any further life expectancy, but it's still being used every day. And there's a value in use in appraisal. This bill would eliminate a value in use. If you look to all of the life expectancies, 10 years, garbage dumpsters, you've got telecommunications equipment at 10 years, you've got computer equipment at 6 years. So we have done some fiscal notes, and Mr. Gill will go over that. But for your data centers, for example, if you've got a 6-year life on computer systems, after a 6-year life expectancy, any equipment that they still had would go off the tax rolls based on this exemption. So with that, Mr. Chairman, you'll find that this is a significant impact. But we are questioning on the 20%, back to my point, is that 20% per item? So right now, companies report every item. Now, they do group small things. And for example, we'll have companies will say computer equipment. 2023, I spent $20,000. And that's how they'll report. Keep in mind the descriptions that companies use may not be very, very detailed. And so county assessors are somewhat at a disadvantage when they're trying to determine what's the life expectancy if it isn't clear. And they may have to reach out to that taxpayer when they get the report. But it's just knowing that there is a method to appraise all personal property in the state of Wyoming. The 20% floor just basically takes that equipment off the tax rolls, 14-year life expectancy for oil field equipment. So, let's use an example of a house. If you purchase an average quality home, the life expectancy is 30 years. If you don't maintain anything, the life expectancy of a residential structure is 30 years. Now compare that to these life expectancies for personal property. But what happens to that home? Typically, there is deferred maintenance. Typically, there is possibly remodeling, updating of electrical, those types of things. That's why we have homes that are still habitable, that are still being appraised, but they're in excess of their life expectancy. We don't depreciate those. They typically appreciate. But I will let Mr. Gill talk about the fiscal note that he's calculated on this bill 109, and then we'll move on to 110.
Okay, great. Mr. Gill, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ken Gill, Property Tax Division. The fiscal note looks like this here. It says 25 LSO 109 at the top. It's not a perfect fiscal note. I'll just start by saying that, because what I did was basically took every asset in Wyoming from the CAMA system that was at 20% and basically exempted it, knowing that those assets were trended at 20%. So not following the fair market value definition in this proposal, the best information I had was anything at 20% good or 80% depreciated. So I did pull those off, exempt them, and these are the numbers I came up with. I was pretty conservative because knowing that these numbers were trended, I just used 9.5% assessment level instead of 9.5 and 11.5, just knowing that I could skew those numbers a little bit. So you'll also notice that state assessed assets are not in these numbers. And my appraisers looked at their appraisals, and around 95 to 98% of the assets that they appraise are personal property for those companies. I'd stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Questions, members? Representative Storr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I note that Laramie County comes in pretty high at $350 million. Is that the data centers that have been building or other assets?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Storr, that's a great question. When I saw that number, I was like, that doesn't pass the smell test for me either. So I investigated. I happen to have Laramie County in my test database. And yeah, 70% of that number was one company. And it happened to be a data center. And it was assets that had just turned 6 years old.
Okay. Okay, we're learning a lot. Go ahead, Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, you brought up a question on, is that per item? And as an example, I see you have saddles and tack. Say an outfitter, Dude Ranch, goes out and buys 60 saddles for $1,000 each, and he goes over the 50,000 that we just talked about on the last bill. Describe to me, I mean, those are individual saddles and they should be exempt in my opinion. What would you comment on that? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Ide, so there's still a reporting requirement. Even with a $50,000 exemption, how do you know the worth of property until you appraise it? So there's still a reporting requirement. Even with the de minimis law that we have in place today, the 2400, taxpayers are still required to report. The county assessor is still required to appraise that property and then determine whether the de minimis is applicable or not. If we have a $50,000, as discussed in the prior bill, they still have to appraise that property and then determine whether the de minimis of $50,000, then apply that to that account. We mentioned that we did it at the account level. So either way, you still have to get to that point of determining value. So specific to your point, if I'm understanding, you're really wanting someone to be able to say, even though I own $100,000 worth of equipment, if I break it down individually and each one of those pieces, I've got 100 pieces of equipment and they're all less than $1,000. So I believe all of those equipment, all of that equipment should be exempt. Is that the point that I'm understanding you make? Because I believe that taxpayers will dissect. If you're not appraising it as a whole, how it's reported could actually determine what's taxable and what's not taxable if you do it per item as opposed to at the account level.
Follow up, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that helps. Have you ever collected personal property tax on saddles? Just a question. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely, Senator Ide. We have. Keep in mind that personal property, we as citizens used to pay tax on our appliances. It was only back in the late 80s where the legislature exempted personal property held and used for personal use. Taxes are the method by which we as citizens pool our resources to pay for services that we couldn't afford on our own. Personal property taxes in the form of tangible personal property is just a mechanism to pay for services. It's not intended to be punishment.
Okay, are we on the next bill? Let's move on to that next one.
Mr. Chairman, the next bill talks about the fair market value using value indices and depreciation schedules. So let's start with valuation indices. So in appraisal, we look at acquisition, we trend those dollars to the today's buying power of those dollars. Doesn't really matter what you bought with those dollars, it's just trending that, what did you spend 30 years ago to buy that tractor? What was the buying power of that dollar? Now, we're 30 years later, what would that dollar value be in today's value of a dollar? That's our starting point. Okay? That's what a trend factor is. So this bill basically says the indices and then the depreciation schedules prescribed by rule and regulation, which we already have. Those have been shared with you on the life expectancy, provided that no valuation index or depreciation schedule shall be used to increase the fair market value of a fully depreciated property above the depreciation floor. That's 20%. And keep in mind, that 20% is in our Chapter 9 rules, promulgated rules. It's been in there for years. There is a provision that county assessors can develop their own depreciation table, but they have to defend that if they use something other than that 20% floor. So there is a method to the appraisal of personal property. So what this bill would do is say, if I acquired it 30 years ago, we would trend it, and then we would depreciate it by that 20%, but then it basically says that that value, that today's value, fair market value, cannot exceed 20% of the acquisition value. But that acquisition value was the buying power of those dollars 30 years ago. So it's just trying to determine how are we treating fair. I use the topic, what's fair isn't necessarily simple and what's simple isn't necessarily fair. So how do we make sure that we're treating those businesses that acquired the property 5 years ago at the value of dollar 5 years ago, trending and depreciating? By trending and depreciating, we put everything on a level playing field. If you say that those businesses acquired it at that higher amount because the buying power, that they had to spend more because the value, it just cost them more 5 years ago, than that person that bought the piece of equipment 20 years ago with the buying power of $1. All those indices are trying to do is to level what is the value of that equipment today, and then we depreciate that. If you eliminate those indices, or if you get to the point where you aren't taking into account the buying power of that dollar, from our perspective, we're no longer valuing, we're no longer appraising that, we're just applying math. And that, if that is the will of the legislature, we will do that. It's just that I'm not sure it's fair and that we're appraising for those taxpayers appropriately.
Okay, so we have these three bills. We adopted one of them. We approved it 14, and it's a business property exemption, not de minimis now. It's business property, which is pretty significant. Do we even need these other two bills? I mean, I think we've solved a lot of the problems, seems like. What's your,
Mr.
maybe that's
Chairman,
not a fair question.
It's not a fair question. I believe that that's a policy
Yeah.
statement. But I will say that hopefully some of the administrative points and what that means to your taxpayers have been identified. And, perhaps we let the appraisal system work. We don't have a lot of appeals on personal property, whether at the County Board of Equalization, State Board of Equalization. So I don't think the methodology is bad. So perhaps applying an exemption is appropriate. But I will say that the idea is to get information from the taxpayer so that that appraisal is as accurate as possible. And we'll have a bill that we're going to discuss at another time that talks about the penalty and where those funds go. But we still have a significant number of companies that just simply don't report. And how fair is that to the companies that are very diligent about reporting personal property? So with that, I hope I've answered your questions.
Yeah.
Ken, do you have anything to share?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all your good work and help today. Sir, just kind of gauging the room here. is there anybody online wants to talk about these two bills? So we're kind of looking at both these bills together. Is there anybody here who would like to talk about any of these two bills? Come on up, and if there's more than just one, please fill it up. So how many, just raise your hand, how many people want to talk about this? Okay, why don't you come on up and have a seat, and then we'll expedite this and we'll keep going. And you just pick what bill you want, and kind of three of these that we've been working on, and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I know it's getting late, and so I'll make this easy on you. Just go ahead and move forward 110, and you can set aside 109. In fact, I would ask you in the strongest possible terms that you move forward 110. This bill is a result of many, many years of work on this issue, and in fact represents a compromise approach. Because what we would prefer on the mineral side, again, pays the absolute lion's share of tangible personal property. Assessor Meyer mentioned before the 2% and the 65%, of course. Well, that of course leaves all of minerals. That pays most of this. The de minimis, all that stuff exempts saddles and those sorts of things. What's left is minerals. What we did with this bill over the course of many years is we figured out a compromise approach that does not exempt tangible personal property for minerals. It finally allows for a fair assessment of old property. Who will this bill help? It will help primarily, it's the best thing you could do today for the third of producers in Wyoming who are the small businesses. The 300 companies that produce a third of Wyoming's oil, that's what this would help. We're talking about old property that is depreciated over decades and is down to the floor that the director talked about, but is being indexed. She talked about it's fair to appraise it rather than just doing math. I would prefer to do the math because the appraisal is resulting in some cases of a value for this property that's 200% of the value of when it was purchased. It's a ridiculous amount of tax for tangible personal property for minerals. And this will at least allow for the trending to correct for that trending that happens year after year after year after year. We've been trying to move the needle on this since I took the job at PAW. The director mentioned a meeting where they talk about this manual every single year. We have attended that meeting. We've tried to push it through the administrative process, and it has not worked. So, Mr. Chairman, I would argue that we do need this bill. And the de minimis one really doesn't do much of anything for my guys. It really doesn't. It's not big enough. That's intended for the people that Senator Ide and others were talking about. This schedule is for the ones who actually pay the lion's share of this tax. And perhaps it needs more work going forward. I'm happy to do that, but we really need this bill to move
So I'm
forward.
thinking of people I know, have small leases. A lot of times have a small rig, In fact, I've, done a lot of work with them, but it's, I'm thinking of that old rig. It's probably 30, 40 years old. It's used maybe a couple times a year, maybe to change a pump or something. And I don't know what it's worth, probably worth maybe 5-10 grand if you went to sell it to another guy who would buy something like that. It's not a deal you're going to use in a business where you're in a well service business. It'd be on your own place, Certainly that what we just, that's what I'm thinking of when I hear you talk about this, but I think that exemption we just passed would easily cover that. That would, the guys I'm thinking of. Now, maybe you're thinking of different or bigger guys or something. I'm thinking of the guy with one lease that's got 3-4 wells on it.
Mr.
So
Chairman.
that's kind of what I'm.
Mr. Chairman, I would be happy between now and January to try to come up with as many scenarios as possible. You may be right. You may be able to find a person who has the tiniest amount of equipment that would be covered by the exemption that you just passed at $50,000.
It's going to work either way, right?
I would be.
I guess my question, these two bills can work together.
110 and the exemption can work together.
Yeah, that's
109 and 110.
No,
can
not
work together.
109. That's
Right.
That's what I'm kind of.
Yeah, absolutely. They can work together.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Questions? Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with you, Mr. Obermueller. What I don't understand, we kind of started circling around here. So you're saying that you like 108 and then 109, which is the 20%, or working those two bills
Just the opposite.
together. Yeah, that's
Just
what
the
I'm.
opposite, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just to clarify, POW doesn't have a position on the de minimis exemption that you passed.
That's not
fine.
a de minimis, that's a personal exemption.
I know,
50
the
grand.
amendment made it a personal exemption, my apologies, I'll use the right nomenclature. The $50,000 exemption that you just passed by amendment, we don't have a position on that. What we've worked on pretty hard for a long time is 110. 109, I think you can set aside, my opinion, of course, but 110 is the one that does the job.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Senator, or Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Obermueller, one of the concerns is that we define this floor for the property. Do you have a suggestion on how you would define that from your perspective?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, I'd like more time to think about that, but I'm not sure that it's a concern, that it's quite the concern that the staff note says, because as Director Hansen pointed out, that 20% floor is already in their depreciation schedules. So it's there. Now, look, the bill gives a lot of authority to the department to set these indexes and schedules, and do I feel super warm and fuzzy about that? Not currently. But I don't, but I'm okay with it, particularly if we can move it and continue to think about it and try to work on it.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Assessor Meyer, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, looking at this bill, okay, here's what we're not accounting for.
We kind of got two out there. We're looking at 109 and 110. 109 is at 20% floor and 110
Let me
is the
just
one.
give you some information, because I've been on appeals with industry over this subject for years. I mean, I'm talking over 40 years ago, we had Amico, same thing. We made their equipment 70% good, and it was upheld by the Supreme Court. We went down to 40%, and they kept going, then the rest of the state went to 25, and then we went to 20% good. We always did the trending, except for 1 year, and I can understand what they're doing, but it isn't how we do it. It's not an approved appraisal method, but it could be if you guys say it is. I'm saying this, we'll take oil and gas for equipment. They have to maintain it. So it's not 30 years old. It gets replaced, motors, OSHA for safety concerns. They have to maintain that property, and we can prove that. So it really never gets to 20% good. I mean, we use effective ages on equipment and have made it through the courts and through the systems, and they approve that because it doesn't go down, because they're always constantly redoing engines and so forth. Same with your tractors. Your tractors don't go down in value because you're overhauling them ever so often. You're putting new tires on them. You're maintaining them just like a house. There's no such thing as a 100-year-old house in Wyoming because it gets rewired. You get new plumbing. So everything is based on effective ages and so forth, especially when you have the stuff to do it with. Now, I am not saying oil and gas doesn't need some kind of break when these other guys are getting a break, but I've been booking farm tractors and combines for 20 years with a blue book, you know, and we're taking from sales. Well, there was only one other county I find out that was doing that, and that was Washakie County. So this year, I do it the way the rest of the assessors do. I take their reported costs, trend it up, depreciate it down. So Senator French saved on his tax bill, personal property bill, $312 by doing it that way. Representative Northrup, you got missed, but you're getting a check for $504 on your tractors by doing this the other way. So what I'm trying to convey is the system we're using is not getting you fair market value. It's a uniform system that the Supreme Court upheld, trending and depreciation. You know, they do uphold it, but it has nothing to do with what you could sell that property for, because we don't have any sales on it. We did on tractors, and that's in the rules. If you're going to use books, Blue Book, different Marshall and Swift manuals and stuff, you can do it that way. But now, for my farmers, I didn't think it was fair anymore, because I knew if you had a tractor in Park County, you were paying more money. So I decided to go ahead and do it the other way. And it did save people money, hundreds of dollars on the farmers. So that just tells you that we're not getting the market value that way because of the maintenance. Things just don't get set. People, you repair things as they go. So their effective age isn't, I mean, a tractor doesn't really depreciate out in 11 years. You know, they just don't. So I would say look into the life tables. We're using IRS depreciation tables. That's more of an accounting thing. You know, not, and I've done study on depreciation too. There are other ways to do that, but it's not going to be me anymore. So anyways, I don't have anything against this if everybody wants it. It looks like they want to stop the trending table. At one time, they did stop that like 20 years ago. No, 15 years ago. They were, if it was an 11-year life, you'd go down to 20% good, but you could only trend up to that life there, and it was frozen. And it was a good deal for them. I mean, they saved a lot of money doing it that way, so maybe that would be the compromise. I really wasn't in on any of these talks on personal property, so I didn't really know that was going on. So I don't want to wreck a good compromise if this body wants to. I'm just telling you the way it is. And as far as making people report the 50,000 every year, we wouldn't do that. I looked at those, we send them a card. If you ever get something worth more than that, come into us. But we know, because they had a history. We had a history of what they were being valued at. They weren't going up to 35,000, more or less 50,000. So that's all I have.
Appreciate you. Okay,
Okay.
any questions to the good assessor? Representative Bear's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assessor, just help me understand the term that you were using. You said you depreciate down and then you trend up. Explain the trend up. I understand that.
Trend up is
Depreciate
the
down.
national trending factors. They go up a little bit every year. One year they went up a lot when the economy was really bad, but normally they go up just a little bit, 2%. You know, maybe not even that, 1% a year, 2%. But once it's down at 20% good, it doesn't go below that. So every year it looks like you're getting a little increase. And if it still stays there, you're constantly going up. I think that's what Mr. Obermuller is trying to get away from, to stop going up once we got down to 20%. But you are not thinking about the maintenance and maintaining this equipment either. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Appreciate your testimony.
Okay,
Anyone else here would like to speak on these bills? Okay. My computer is freezing. If I can, we're going to move right back up to 109. And we're going to take that bill first. We're going to close public comment. Unless members have any questions of anybody in the room or anything. Okay, so we're going to go on 109. Is there a motion or?
I move we table 109.
Move to table. Okay, is there a second? Multiple seconds. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 109 has been tabled. We're now on 110. It's 5:28. Not that we have any kind of, we'll stay here.
We can get her done. 2 minutes.
I think, okay, we're on 110.
Move the bill.
It's been moved by Representative Bear and seconded by Senator McEwen. Okay, so let's work this bill, starting on page 1 and over now to page 2 where most of the action's at on here. And then we'll keep, my computer keeps freezing.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, is there an amendment, any amendments to this bill? Representative, or any questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Representative Bear.
I move that we include a definition at the beginning of this bill to define the depreciation floor at 20% of acquisition value.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Representative McEwen. Okay, explain your, go ahead.
I just think that it's prudent for us to put it in the bill rather than just have it be done by rule by the department. We just put it in there. It's what we intended in 109, and we'll just get it included.
Okay, any further discussion? You good with that, Mr. Anderson? Got it? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Oppose? No. I think that's been adopted. Amendment has been adopted. Okay. So now we're on the rest of the bill. We got that added in there. And now, any other, I'm just looking, are there any other amendments? I just want to think about what we just did there with this definition of this 20%. You sure we want to do that, Representative Mayor? I'm just thinking, does that, I'm not sure if, how that fits in this bill. I think I am, but it's not sure that's what, okay. Okay, any further discussion? No further amendments? Or the question being called on the bill? Okay, so we'll take the roll. We did make an amendment to 110, a 20% floor. Okay,
This is a roll call vote for 25 LSO 0110, tangible personal property index and depreciation as amended. Senator French?
Aye.
Senator Ide?
Aye.
Senator McEwen? Aye. Senator Pappas?
Aye.
Representative Bear?
Aye.
Representative Byron?
Aye.
Representative Locke?
Aye.
Representative Northrup?
Aye.
Representative Oakley? Representative Storer?
No.
Representative Strock?
Aye.
Representative Swanitzer? Co-Chairman Beitman? Chairman Harsman?
aye.
12 aye, 2 no, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, and I think we'll keep working that bill. I think that last amendment kind of did a little, it's got my brain going on that a little bit on acquisition costs, but we'll work it as we get in the process. Okay, anything else before the committee tonight? We did get caught up. It is 5:30, and we will be in recess and come together again tomorrow at 8:30. Anything else before the committee tonight? Okay, thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. We're in recess.